Pippen III, often remembered as Pippen the Short, rose to power in circumstances that remain blurred by time. The most trustworthy traces of his takeover do not come from later stories, but from the official documents used to settle property and legal matters. In June of 751, these records still referred to Pippin as mayor of the palace, a high-ranking official rather than a monarch. In another document from March of the next year, his title had changed to King of the Franks. Somewhere between those two dates, he replaced Childeric III, the last ruler of the Merovingian line that had ruled the Franks for over 2 centuries. Pippin and his brother Carloman had helped place Childeric on the throne only 4 years earlier, which shows how influential they already were. Yet the exact process through which Pippin seized the crown is a mystery. Most written accounts describing his rise were produced long after the event, during the rule of Pippin's sons. These narratives worked to make Pippin's actions appear rightful and straightforward, since his sons were not born into the old dynasty and needed their father's legitimacy to look unquestionable. In this later tradition, Merovingian kings were depicted as powerless, hollow figures, while Carolingian strength was emphasized to make the shift of power seem natural. The most famous retelling comes from Einhard's Life of Charlemagne, written many decades later. He claimed that the Merovingian royal line had decayed into mere ceremony, holding only the title of king while lacking real authority. Similar views appear in the Royal Frankish Annals, which reported that Pippin sought papal approval for taking the crown, and that the Pope agreed, stating that true power should belong to the one who actually wielded it. In these same accounts, Pippin was anointed as king, and Childeric was forced into monastic life. Several later works repeat this story with small variations. Their dates, however, make them suspicious. They were likely written only after the Carolingians had already secured a second generation of rule. Because of this timing, their narratives are less likely to reflect the truth of 751 and more likely to defend the Carolingian version of history. They contrast sharply with sources from Rome, which say almost nothing about Pippin's coronation. This silence raises the possibility that papal approval was not original to the event, but an idea developed afterward to justify a controversial seizure of power. Real papal involvement appears only later, with Stephen II rather than Zacharias. In essence, later writers gave the Pope a new kind of authority by claiming he had the power to legitimize kingship, something that previously did not exist in that form. Looking back to the late 7th century, Merovingian authority appears far stronger than later Carolingian storytellers suggested. The Carolingian ancestors, known first as the Pippinids, were not inevitable rulers, but one aristocratic family among many. Their early history is tied to power struggles in Austrasia, the eastern Frankish region. Rival noble groups battled for influence, kings were installed and removed, and alliances shifted constantly. Grimoald, son of the earlier Pippin, once managed to have his own child accepted as king of Austrasia, even though the previous king already had an heir. Yet this triumph was short-lived. A coalition of nobles overturned the move and restored Merovingian authority with a new king, Childeric II. This world was not unified, but divided into sub-kingdoms such as Neustria, Austrasia, Burgundy, and to the southwest, Aquitaine. These territories formed a realm roughly equal to modern France and large parts of Western Germany, Switzerland, the Low Countries, and beyond. For long stretches of time, different kings ruled different regions, and unity was more a brief achievement than a stable condition. Tension between great families could erupt easily. The story of the English cleric Wilfrid traveling through Austrasia in 680 shows how dangerous factional politics had become. At one time, he was welcomed by nobles who hoped to restore a Merovingian prince living in exile. Only a year later, the same circles turned against him when political tides shifted. In the years surrounding 675, turmoil reached a peak. King Childeric II was assassinated, rival groups vied for dominance, and bloody reprisals followed. Ebroin, mayor of the Neustrian palace, crushed his opponents ruthlessly. Another noble consortium in Austrasia gathered behind Pippen II, an ancestor of Pippen the Short. Conflict flared, battles were fought, and victories swung from one side to another. Eventually, shifting alliances allowed Pippen II to gain the upper hand and influence the wider Frankish realm. His descendants would build upon this foothold, but their rise was neither smooth nor guaranteed. The events surrounding the rise of the Pippinid family show how deeply warfare shaped aristocratic life among the Franks, even when conflicts were small in scale. Pippin's victory at Tertry was impressive, yet it did not instantly place Neustria under his control. Military success alone was not enough. Real power also grew through alliances, marriages, and influence at court. The mayor of the Neustrian palace, Berchar, survived the fighting only to be killed soon afterward under orders from his mother-in-law, Ansfled. Her faction later joined the Pippinids, and the marriage between her daughter and Pippin's son, Drogo, bound the two groups together. Through this union, Pippin obtained the position of mayor in Neustria, though his authority there remained weaker than in Austrasia. Most of what is known about his strength in Austrasia comes from monastic records. These documents suggest that Pippin expanded his influence partly through support and control of religious houses, particularly in the Sambre Valley and in territories connected to his wife Plectrude's family. Echternach, founded near the end of the 7th century, became an important religious center under his protection. During the political chaos that followed Dagobert II's death, he also managed to secure royal lands for distribution among supporters. His influence grew so great that he granted immunities normally issued by kings, proving that the mayoralty could function like royal power itself. Neustria, however, was not his to command so easily. After entering the Neustrian political sphere, Pippin handed authority to Nordbert, and later to his son, Grimoald. This alone shows that his control there was partial. He had influence in some regions, placing allies in religious office at Rouen, and helping Drogo gain authority in Champagne. But Neustria continued to resist. Records preserved from King Childebert III's reign show the royal court defending monastic rights against Pippinid attempts to expand, reminding us that the Merovingian kings still held real authority. A Neustrian chronicle even praised Childebert as a just and worthy ruler, evidence that Tertry was not the sweeping turning point later Carolingian writers claimed. After Childebert's death, the unity of the Frankish elite began to crack. Powerful nobles like Antenor in Provence and Savaric around Orléans challenged royal authority. Meanwhile, regions on the edge of Frankish power, such as Alemannia and Frisia, drifted further from control as internal tension weakened the Merovingian center. Pippin, however, still led armies in the king's name and campaigned repeatedly against the Alamans and Frisians. In Frisia, he captured territory reaching north to Utrecht, including the key trading port of Dorestad, and later secured peace through marriage ties. Even with a Merovingian king still sitting on the throne, Pippin had become the one who led armies, won wars, and drew warriors to his banner. Yet after his death in 714, everything collapsed. His sons Drogo and Grimoald were already gone, leaving only a young heir, Theudowald. The Neustrians rose in revolt, defeated Theudowald's forces, and drove him out. At the same time, Charles, Pippin's only surviving adult son, was locked in captivity by his stepmother Plectrude. What remained of the family seemed near extinction, but Charles escaped, gathered support, and entered a struggle that would reshape Frankish history. Neustria chose its own mayor, Ragamfred, aligned with Radbod of Frisia, and placed a new Merovingian king named Chilperic on the throne. Charles attempted to halt their campaign, but was beaten and forced to watch his family's treasure fall into enemy hands. Then, suddenly, fortune shifted. At Amblève in 716, Charles defeated Ragamfred and Radbod, turning disaster into opportunity. His victory is poorly recorded, but it likely succeeded because the Austrasians were cornered by threats from Neustria, Frisia, and Saxony, and Charles was the only adult male of the ruling house left to follow. The next year he won again at Vinci. These victories did not end the struggle, but gave Charles the momentum he needed. Although Chilperic still issued charters and held the royal court, Charles steadily built his base of power, recovered the family wealth from Plectrude, and placed a rival Merovingian, Clothar, on the throne to strengthen his position. Ragamfred and Chilperic then turned to Eudo of Aquitaine for support, leading to another confrontation at Soissons in 718. This time Charles triumphed decisively, driving his enemies across Neustria and gaining control of the region. With influence spreading, Charles and his allies soon held major bishoprics and abbeys. His nephew Hugo became one of the most powerful churchmen in Neustria, holding multiple sees at once. After Clothar's death, Charles reached an agreement with Eudo and restored Chilperic II. But by this point, real authority lay with Charles alone. When Chilperic died and Theuderic became king, the monarchy was little more than a symbol. Charles governed the realm, suppressed potential rivals, and imprisoned Drogo's sons. The old family identity faded, and a new one took root. The Carolingians were born. Charles Martel's rise between 715 and 723 can only be explained by his ability to rally the nobility. Support flowed to him through gifts, land, and, above all, through success in war. Whether he began with enough resources to win his early battles, or whether the battles themselves gave him the means to reward his men, will never be known. What is clear is that he excelled as a military leader, and in an age when power was measured on the battlefield, that quality changed everything. The Frankish world was fractured, threatened by rebellion and division. But through force, strategy, and persistence, Charles Martel steered it back into unity, not as a servant under kings, but as the one who held power himself. Merovingian power over the Frankish world was not uniform. It worked more like a loose dominance than a tightly controlled state. So different regions stood in very different relationships to the Frankish core. When Charles Martel rose to prominence, he and his sons had to deal with several kinds of territories. Some were really part of the heartland, but had broken away during the civil wars of the early 8th century. Around Orléans and Auxerre, the powerful bishop Savaric had carved out his own sphere, while Ragnfred, one of Charles's enemies, ended up entrenched around Angers after his defeat at Soissons. By 721, Charles had forced these areas back under his authority, although Ragnfred tried one last unsuccessful move in 724. Beyond these lay regions that were somewhat further from the center in geography, but still closely linked to the ruling circles of Neustria and Austrasia through kinship and aristocratic networks. This was true especially of central southern Burgundy and Provence. The sources for Burgundy are confused and often much later, but one relatively trustworthy account says that in the early 730s, Charles began deliberately installing reliable and capable men there to counter rebellious nobles, giving his followers control of key areas such as the Lyonnais and backing that up with formal legal arrangements. The turbulence in Burgundy can also be felt in what happened in Provence. The leading figure there, Antenor, who had strong links to northern noble families, had rebelled after the death of Pippen II and went on exploiting monastic lands for his own benefit during the early part of Charles Martel's rule. When Charles moved into Burgundy and then south into Provence in 735, he found a landscape divided between allies and enemies. One major opponent was Maurontus, a regional leader with the title of Duke, probably from a family recently pushed out of power in Burgundy. Chronicles describe him calling in Muslim forces from nearby Septimania to bolster his position. Charles responded with a second expedition in 736, led by his half-brother Childebrand, and then followed in person. Only after yet another campaign in 739 were the combined forces of Maurontus and his Muslim allies finally subdued. But Charles did not act alone. He also relied on local supporters. A key figure here was Abbo, later known as Patrician of Provence, whose will written in 739 shows that he had received lands taken from rebels as gifts from Charles and from King Theuderic IV, which shows that the outward appearance of Merovingian rule was still maintained. Earlier in his career, Abbo had administered the vital Susa-Maurienne corridor across the Alps into Italy. His later promotion to patrician looks like a reward for loyal service in a region where Charles urgently needed trustworthy partners. Abbo's will also hints at the violence of these wars, speaking of dependents scattered by necessity because of Muslim raids. The decline of Marseille as a major port and the wider downturn in Western Mediterranean trade in these years are almost certainly linked to this political chaos in the south. At a different level, again stood the duchies of Alemannia and Bavaria. Their rulers traditionally owed allegiance to the Frankish kings and appear in the sources with the title Duke. The laws of the Alamans, reissued in the 720s, still stressed the ultimate authority of a Frankish ruler. Yet, as the office of the Frankish mayor grew in strength, relations with these regional dukes grew more hostile. Charles campaigned in Alemannia in 730, and in 734 drove out the current duke. His dealings with Bavaria were even more sensitive, because the Bavarian dukes were aggressively increasing their own power. Duke Theodo, for instance, used his links to the Lombard kings in Italy, who belonged to the same Agilolfing kin group as the Bavarian and Alemannic dukes, to seek papal support for reorganizing the Bavarian church around 716. The sources also suggest that Theodo strengthened his position further by marrying a sister of Plectrude, wife of Pippen II, tying together two rising families. the Agilolfings, and the Pippinids. When Theodo died around 717 or 718, conflict broke out between his son, Grimoald, and his grandson, Hugbert. After Grimoald was murdered in 725, Charles marched into Bavaria on Hugbert's side. He then reinforced Hugbert's dependence on himself by marrying a close relative of the duke named Swanahild. Bavaria remained stable even after Hugbert died in the mid-70s, and the direct line of Agilolfing dukes ended. The next duke, Odilo, from the Alemannic ducal family, was reportedly chosen with Charles's approval. When Odilo was later driven from Bavaria in 740, he fled to Charles's court and formed a union with Charles's daughter, Chiltrudis. She returned to Bavaria with him when he was restored the following year. Out of these Bavarian connections came two key figures who would cause serious headaches for later Carolingians: Grifo, Charles's own son by Swanahild, and Tassilo, the son of Odilo and Chiltrudis. Aquitaine formed yet another kind of frontier principality. It had traditionally been subordinate to Merovingian kings, but information about it before the early 8th century is very thin. A few dukes emerge from the shadows, like Felix in the 660s and Lupus in the 670s, yet how independent Aquitanian elites were from the northern aristocracy remains unclear. It is known that northern monasteries owned land in Aquitaine, but little more. By the time Eudo appears in the sources as duke, his earlier rise is already hidden from view. His first sure appearance is in 718, when he allied with Chilperic II and Ragamfred against Charles Martel. Only 2 years later, though, he made a treaty with Charles. At that point, the situation around the Pyrenees had changed dramatically. Muslim armies, having conquered most of the old Visigothic kingdom in Spain with astonishing speed after 711, were now raiding north. Eudo defeated one such force near Toulouse around 720 or 721, and the sources portray him as both successful and respected. He remained powerful enough that Charles postponed campaigning in Aquitaine until 731, when he launched 2 raids. Under increasing pressure from Muslim attacks, Eudo was defeated by the commander Abd ar-Rahman, and then appealed to Charles for help. The result was the battle popularly known as Poitiers, better located near Tours, and probably fought in 733 rather than 732. This clash later became central to Charles Martel's legend. Generations of writers and painters turned it into a decisive showdown in which Charles allegedly saved Western Europe from Islam. Yet contemporary sources do not support that dramatic interpretation. The Muslim force was a large raiding expedition, not an unstoppable invasion aimed at conquering all of Gaul. Although Charles and Eudo together defeated Abd ar-Rahman and killed him, Muslim forces quickly redirected their attention towards Provence rather than abandoning ambitions beyond the Pyrenees. Nor did Charles gain firm, long-lasting control in Aquitaine. He raided again after Eudo's death in 735 and may have influenced the succession of Eudo's son, Hunoald, but soon he is again recorded fighting the sons of Eudo, and Aquitaine would later be one of the fiercest opponents of Charles's heirs. Other peoples on the edge of the Frankish sphere were even less integrated. The Frisians, for example, had at times paid tribute to the Merovingians, but remained distinct in culture and religion, resisting easy Christianization. Pippen II had extended Frankish influence as far as Utrecht in the 690s, and had sealed an alliance with the Frisian ruler Radbod through Grimoald's marriage to his daughter. After Pippin's death, however, Radbod turned on Austrasia in coordination with the Neustrians and treated Frankish-backed missionaries with hostility. Only after Radbod died in 719 could Charles recover some influence in the region. Even then, a new Frisian leader named Bubo rose in the 730s, and Charles campaigned against him in 734. That campaign partly took place by water, which shows both the importance of coastal trade routes and how difficult it was to penetrate the marshes, dunes, and islands of the Frisian coast. On paper, after 734, Frankish rule extended as far north as the river Laufers, but in reality, control was fragile, as shown by the killing of the missionary Boniface at Docum in 754. To the north and east, the Saxons were perhaps the most stubborn neighbors, fiercely attached to their traditional beliefs and increasingly active militarily. Their movements unsettled the whole region in the early 8th century. Charles found time to campaign against them in 718 and returned several times afterward in 720, 724, 728, and 738. These were not successful conquest campaigns. If conquest was the goal, it failed, although one source does say that Charles compelled Saxons along the river Lippe to pay tribute in 738. Frankish claims that the Saxons owed tribute went back to the stronger Merovingian period and were repeated later by Carloman and Pippen III. Frankish writers described Saxon actions in terms of rebellion and unfaithfulness, which suggests that, in their eyes, Saxony lay within an expected sphere of dominance, even if that dominance was often more imagined than real. From Carloman's time onward, these political claims were increasingly bound up with the ambition to convert the Saxons to Christianity. Before Charlemagne, though, these efforts made limited progress. Across all these theaters of war, Charles Martel's campaigns had a unifying effect on the Frankish aristocracy. Warfare offered noble followers the prospect of booty, prestigious offices, and new estates. Charles's ability to distribute rewards and lead successful armies drew many of the great families of Neustria and Austrasia into his orbit. This, in turn, shaped how later generations remembered him. Some earlier historians credited him not only with halting the advance of Islam, but also with inventing a new style of heavily armored cavalry warfare, funded by confiscated church lands. Modern study has shown that these claims do not hold up. The battle near Tours was not the single turning point it was later made out to be, and there is no solid evidence that Frankish superiority rested on some revolutionary cavalry system. Horses were important, but so they were for many of their enemies, and victory depended on a mix of tactics, terrain, and leadership. Charles's harsh treatment of churches was also exaggerated by later writers. There are documents showing that church lands were temporarily granted to lay followers, but this kind of arrangement was common in unsettled times and does not amount to a coordinated policy of systematic plunder. What Charles truly achieved was something more fundamental. He gathered a powerful and durable coalition of aristocrats in the Frankish core territories. His position became so secure that after the death of Theuderic IV in 737, he did not bother to place a new Merovingian on the throne, although he did not call himself king either. Among those who now firmly attached themselves to the Carolingian camp was the family of Rotbert, a regional leader in the Hesbaye area, who appears to have been granted authority in the county of Say in Neustria and may have been distantly related to the Carolingians. The loyalty of men like Rotbert shows just how strong Carolingian power had become in the Frankish heartland. After the civil wars that had brought Charles to prominence, no serious rivals emerged there. Even so, links could still form between discontented groups on the periphery and opponents nearer the center. The principalities on the outer edges, Thuringia, Alemannia, Bavaria, Provence, Aquitaine, had never really been part of the Frankish core and were tied into the wider political system mainly through loyalty to the old Merovingian dynasty. The Merovingians never sought to marry into these ruling families, perhaps seeing themselves as above such alliances. The Pippinids, by contrast, were not so distant. Plectrude's kin, for example, seem to have been connected by marriage to the family that produced the dukes of both Alemannia and Bavaria, the Agilolfings. Their loyalty to the Merovingians, combined with their link to Pippin's line, made them a potentially dangerous force for Charles. It may have been precisely to neutralize this threat that he married Swanahild, of Agilolfing blood. That union proved crucial after the death of Theuderic IV, not least because it produced a son, Grifo. The sources for this period are late and biased, so reconstructing what happened is difficult. Later writers tell how Charles planned to divide the realm between his elder sons Carloman and Pippin, apparently leaving Grifo out. But this account reflects the perspective of a later age, written after Pippin had become king. Other hints suggest that Charles may have intended to include Grifo in some sort of territorial arrangement as well. When all these fragments are put together, a broad pattern emerges. By the time of Charles's last years, the old Merovingian role had faded into the background, and the key struggle shaping Frankish politics was no longer between kings and nobles, or center and periphery, but between members of the Carolingian family itself, competing for control of the realm that Charles Martel had held together through force, alliances, and relentless war. Charles Martel's plan to divide power among his sons shows how much the unity of the Frankish world now depended on the prestige and authority of a single leading figure. It also shows how fragile that structure really was. When Charles died in October 741, his two eldest legitimate sons, Carloman and Pippin, moved quickly to secure what they could of his inheritance. They eliminated Theudold, the last male descendant of Pippin II, and Plectrude, imprisoned their half-brother Grifo, and shut his mother Swanahild away in a convent. A later writer even blames Swanahild for helping their sister Chiltrudis to marry Odilo, Duke of Bavaria, a union that Carloman and Pippin are said to have strongly opposed. In 742, the brothers agreed to divide the Frankish realm between them. Once internal rivals were neutralized, the main threat came from powerful regional rulers on the fringes of the Frankish heartland. A later source names Odilo of Bavaria as the leader of this opposition, but in practice, Carloman and Pippin first turned against Duke Hunold of Aquitaine in 742. That same year, they also campaigned against the Alamans, and in 743, they placed a new Merovingian, Childeric III, on the throne. Elevating a king from the old dynasty at this moment is a clear sign of their insecurity. They still needed the aura of the Merovingian name to bolster their own authority. The brothers did not let up. They attacked Odilo of Bavaria in 743, while Carloman campaigned against the Saxons, and Pippin struck at the Alamans the following year. In 745, they returned together to Aquitaine. Then, in 746, the Alamans faced another crushing blow at Cannstatt, near modern Stuttgart, where Carloman's army slaughtered a large part of the Alemannic aristocracy. Many leading families lost their lands, and in the next generation, much of the known property in Alemannia belonged to Frankish nobles. Military violence and mass confiscation thus reshaped the political map in favor of the Carolingians. At the same time, both brothers were working to tighten religious and institutional structures in their territories. Carloman gathered bishops to church councils in 742, 743, and probably 747, while Pippin held one of his own in 744. Each ruler summoned and led councils in his part of the realm, which tells us a great deal about their shared concerns. They wanted to organize their newly defined sub-kingdoms, strengthen the church hierarchy, and use church discipline to bind their lands together under a common Frankish Christian culture. Carloman's more intense activity in this sphere reflects the position of his lands on the eastern frontier, bordering regions that were still largely non-Christian. It does not mean Pippin himself was less pious or less interested. Letters from the English missionary Boniface and from Pope Zacharias show both brothers working together to reshape the church in the Frankish world. Pippin even asked the Pope to send collections of church laws from earlier councils, and later drew on these texts when speaking in his charters about the moral duties of a Christian ruler. These ideas were not empty slogans. They fed directly into the missionary effort east of the Rhine, where Boniface and many others tried to build a full Christian infrastructure in regions where Christianity had previously been patchy at best. Churches, monasteries, clergy, and regular worship all depended on the support of the Frankish upper class, and especially on the backing of the Carolingians. The push to Christianize the East was a very real expression of their beliefs and their sense of responsibility. A dramatic turning point came in 747, the year after the bloodshed at Cannstatt. Carloman stepped down from power and set out for Rome. It is unclear whether he initially intended simply a pilgrimage or already had monastic life in mind, but he eventually became a monk. He was not alone in taking this path. Hunoald of Aquitaine, once a serious enemy, later did the same, as did several kings in the Anglo-Saxon world. Carloman seems to have expected that his lands would pass to his son, Drogo. For a short time, this appears to have happened. Pippin, meanwhile, had married unusually late, only 3 years after Charles's death, choosing Bertrada, whose family held extensive lands in Carloman's sphere of influence. By 747, Bertrada had not yet borne a child, so Drogo remained the only direct descendant who might unite both branches of Charles's line. Carloman's abdication, therefore, did not automatically strengthen Pippin. Instead, it created an uncertain situation in which Drogo hovered as a possible heir to both brothers' power. That same year, the Frankish army does not seem to have gathered for a campaign, another sign of tension. In 747, Pippin's half-brother Grifo either escaped or was released from captivity and fled to Bavaria. As the son of Charles Martel and Swanahild of the Agilolfing family, Grifo combined Carolingian and Bavarian high blood and could serve as an attractive alternative focus of loyalty. After Odilo of Bavaria died, Grifo managed to have himself accepted as duke there in 748. Pippin intervened, defeated him, restored Odilo's young son Tassilo as duke, and granted Grifo 12 counties in Neustria to buy him off. This gift did not satisfy Grifo. He fled again, this time to Aquitaine, where resistance to Carolingian control remained strong. Pippin's position was transformed in April 748, when Bertrada finally gave birth to a son, Charles, the future Charlemagne. With an heir of his own blood now alive, Pippin seems to have set his sights on undisputed dominance for himself and his descendants. Grifo was no longer a rival to be managed, but a danger to be removed. Carloman's son Drogo, who had probably come of age by this point, also represented a threat. It may have been concern for Drogo that led Carloman to leave his monastery and re-enter Frankish politics. One source claims he did not support his son directly, but tried to bring peace between Pippin and Grifo. Whether Pippin saw his half-brother or his nephew as the main obstacle is uncertain, but by the late 740s, both men were treated as rivals, not as candidates for a shared rule. Carloman's move toward Italy had already tied the Frankish world more tightly into Italian affairs. His choice to retire south reflects the powerful attraction that Italy, and especially Rome, held in the minds of Western Christians. Rome itself drew pilgrims from many peoples. By the end of the century, it even had hostels devoted to visitors from the Lombard kingdom, from the Frankish lands, from Frisia, and from the English-speaking world. The Franks had long-standing ties with the Lombard kings, who ruled most of northern and central Italy. A clear example of this comes from 737, when the Lombard king Liutprand formally adopted Charles Martel's son Pippin, creating a strong personal bond between the two families. There may even have been talk of a marriage alliance between Pippin and a Lombard princess. In any case, adoption by a reigning king was a significant step toward higher status, and perhaps an early sign of Carolingian ambition to kingship. Relations with Italy were complex. While Charles Martel fostered links with the Lombards, Pope Gregory III was urgently seeking Frankish help against that very same king. He wrote twice to Charles, asking him to intervene and sending symbolic gifts such as the keys of the shrine of St. Peter and a fragment of the saint's chains. Yet Charles chose not to act. He judged it better to keep his alliance with the Lombards than to enter into a risky partnership with the papacy. The honor that came from Liutprand's spiritual fatherhood over Pippin weighed heavily in his calculations. Gregory's failure did not prevent his successor, Pope Zacharias, from continuing to cultivate relations with the Franks. Through his correspondence with Boniface, he saw how missionary work in the north could extend papal influence among Christians there. Carloman's arrival in Italy, however, brought the Pope directly into Frankish secular politics. Zacharias handled him carefully, giving him the monastic tonsure and granting him the monastery of Monte Soracte, where Carloman stayed for some time before moving to the refounded abbey of Monte Cassino. Even so, Zacharias did not stop Carloman from engaging again in the politics of his homeland. Whether the tonsure had been truly voluntary remains an open question, but it is equally possible that a large, cultured monastery like Monte Cassino left ample room for contact with the outside world. Zacharias also managed relations with the Lombards with some skill. He negotiated peaceful settlements with kings Liutprand and Ratchis, even though each agreement cost the Byzantine Empire territory in Italy. Within the Lombard elite, some preferred peace and compromise, while others hungered for the land and wealth of Byzantine cities. That tension likely lay behind the fall of Ratchis in 749 and the rise of his brother Aistulf, who took a far more aggressive line. Aistulf's campaigns against Byzantine strongholds in central Italy were not the first of their kind, but this time they were hugely successful. By the middle of 751, he had conquered the Exarchate of Ravenna, the cities along the Adriatic coast known as the Pentapolis, and had pressed into Istria. Only Rome and its surrounding territory remained outside his grasp. These victories caused alarm and outrage among papal writers, who denounced Aistulf in extreme terms, even calling him a devourer of Christian blood. Yet the same texts quietly admit that he renewed and extended a peace agreement that Liutprand had made with the Romans, promising 4 decades of peace. The Pope's biographer also admits that Aistulf demanded payments from Rome that are described as tribute, but it is clear that Pope Stephen answered with repeated embassies, diplomatic gestures, and appeals to divine favor. His long narrative justifying this approach gives the impression that he was responding to criticism at home or abroad. On the ideological plane, however, a deeper struggle was taking place. Aistulf declared in the introduction to one of his law codes that the Roman people had been given to the Lombards by God. Pope Stephen, in contrast, claimed to speak for all the Roman people of Italy, who still saw themselves as subjects of the emperor in Constantinople. That role had originally been defined by the empire itself, yet with Byzantine military strength fading in Italy, the Pope needed a new protector. It was in this charged situation that Pope Stephen decided to leave Rome in late 753 and to travel north to the land of the Franks. By then, Pippin had already taken the Frankish crown, probably in 751, in circumstances that were controversial and left parts of the aristocracy discontented. Stephen's arrival offered him a priceless chance to have his seizure of power publicly blessed. According to the royal Frankish annals, Stephen anointed Pippin as king, and at the same time anointed his sons Charles and Carloman as future kings. In return, however, the Pope was asking Pippin and the Frankish elite to abandon a long-standing alliance with the Lombards, strengthened in Pippin's own case by his spiritual bond with Liutprand. For both sides, this was a sharp break with old patterns. Papal biographers tried hard to present it as a natural continuation of earlier ties, but in truth, the Franks had played no formal role in papal high politics before the 700s. Named Frankish envoys appear in Roman sources only after Stephen's first contacts with Pippin. Later generations of Carolingian writers would treat this anointing as a key pillar of their legitimacy, and even push the Pope's involvement back in time in their narratives. Yet the ritual had immediate political effects as well. In 753, Grifo was finally trapped and killed by 2 of Pippin's counts while he was traveling from Aquitaine toward Italy. The fact that this happened in battle shows that Grifo still commanded real support. Around the same time, Carloman's sons, Drogo and a younger brother, were placed in a monastery. Carloman himself left his monastic refuge once more and came north, perhaps to plead for them, but he was quickly detained and soon died. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that Pippin's decision to risk everything by taking the throne, and then to break with the Lombards in order to secure papal backing, was driven as much by the need to win the family power struggle as by a desire to eclipse the Merovingians. The birth of his son Charles in 748 had given him a powerful motive to remove all other male relatives from the equation. 13 years after Charles Martel's death, the junior line of the family stood unchallenged at the head of the Frankish realm. The papal blessing went hand in hand with Pippin's campaign to persuade the Frankish nobility to turn their weapons against the Lombards. Convincing warriors to fight former allies was not simple, even with the Pope's support, and the great expedition to Italy seems only to have set out around 755. Pippin crossed the Alps, defeated Lombard forces in the passes, besieged Aistulf in Pavia, and forced him to accept Frankish overlordship. Aistulf did not accept defeat quietly. Shortly afterward, he laid siege to Rome itself, prompting a second Frankish invasion in 756 and a second siege of Pavia, which ended in another peace settlement. Once again, the Franks proved their military superiority. The exact nature of the settlement has been debated ever since. Pippin appointed Fulrad of St. Denis to oversee the handover of a list of cities in central Italy, which were to be given to St. Peter, and thus, in practice, to the Pope. Whether Pippin imagined this as the creation of a territorial papal state is much less clear. People in this period thought more in terms of rights and jurisdictions than in terms of clear borders, and the sources are vague. In any case, neither Aistulf nor his successor Desiderius fully respected the agreement, and the struggle over central Italy would flare up again under Charlemagne. Pippin's Italian victories lifted him into the company of the most powerful rulers of the Mediterranean world. His dealings with the Byzantine Emperor Constantine V show how unsettled the situation in Italy remained. Shortly after his second Italian campaign, in 756 or 757, Pippin and Constantine exchanged embassies and, according to one source, swore friendship to one another through their envoys. A joint Frankish and papal mission traveled to Constantinople in 763 and returned 3 years later with Byzantine representatives. They certainly discussed the emperor's controversial religious ideas, including his rejection of holy images, and Pippin later attended a debate between the imperial envoys and Greek-speaking Romans near Paris in 767. Not all the contacts were hostile. There was even a proposal to marry Pippin's daughter, Gisela, to Constantine's son, Leo, the future emperor. Frankish envoys traveled back to Constantinople with the imperial legation, proving that both sides valued continued communication. Pippin also reached out in another direction, sending envoys to Baghdad in the early 610s and receiving a delegation from the Abbasid Caliph a few years later. The exchanges were friendly, and the Franks helped escort the visitors back as far as Marseille. The sources do not spell out the topics discussed, but the wider political situation suggests that events in Spain and Aquitaine were an obvious concern. The Abbasids had recently overthrown the Umayyads, yet a member of that dynasty had escaped and taken control of Muslim Spain. The Abbasid ruler thus faced in Iberia a problem that resembled Pippin's difficulties in neighboring Aquitaine. Both were dealing with strong regional powers that resisted central authority. Aquitaine was, in fact, the main military challenge of Pippin's reign as king. He also campaigned at times against the Saxons in the 700s, but a sustained war there would be left to the next generation. Hunoald of Aquitaine had already forced Charles Martel's sons to fight in 742 and 745, and although those campaigns brought temporary calm, unrest flared again. Pippin returned to Aquitaine in 759 and then waged war almost every year until his death against Hunoald's son, Waifar. The annals describe a grinding conflict of raids, counter-raids, scorched fields, burned settlements, and occasional sieges. By 768, Waifar was fleeing through his own lands, pursued by Frankish forces, and was finally killed by his own followers. Even then, Aquitanian resistance did not end. Hunoald the Younger, likely his son, continued the struggle. But Pippin's son, Charles, was now a seasoned young war leader, ready to step into the role his father had carved out and to press the Carolingian claim to mastery over the whole Frankish world. When Pippin died in September 768, his sons stepped into a world where war in Aquitaine was still very much alive. The Aquitanian nobles had not accepted Frankish control, and their resistance was the first serious test facing Carloman and Charles, who would soon be known to history as Charlemagne. In 769, the two brothers led an army south together, but Carloman unexpectedly withdrew, perhaps because of disagreements over how Aquitaine should be divided between them. Charlemagne pressed on alone, relentlessly pursuing Hunoald, the local leader who had continued his father's struggle. Once Hunoald was hunted down and captured, organized resistance in Aquitaine collapsed. The long series of campaigns from 759 to 769 showed how firmly the Carolingians controlled the manpower and resources of their core territories. They could keep armies in the field year after year until the enemy was exhausted. This pattern of grinding, repeated warfare would later be used again in Saxony. Once Aquitaine was finally subdued, it never seriously threatened Carolingian authority again. The breakdown of cooperation between Charlemagne and Carloman after 769 was the first visible crack in their relationship, and it unfolded alongside growing tension in Italy. Pope Stephen, worried about his position and Lombard pressure, wrote to the brothers in 770, calling on them to protect what he believed were his rights. At the same time, their mother Bertrada traveled to Italy with her own plans. She arranged a marriage between Charlemagne and a daughter of the Lombard king Desiderius, a princess probably named Gerperga. Strategically, this made sense. Desiderius had married other daughters to the rulers of Bavaria and Benevento, giving him influence over many Christian courts in Western Europe. But this new alliance suited Charlemagne far more than Carloman. If one looks at the map of alliances, Carloman suddenly found himself hemmed in, to the west and north by his brother, to the east by Tassilo of Bavaria, and to the south by Desiderius, all now linked by marriage. Everything changed abruptly when Carloman died in December 771. Charlemagne now aimed to absorb his brother's lands and win over his aristocracy. To stabilize this enlarged kingdom, he shifted his marriage policy. The Lombard princess was set aside, and he married Hildegard, who came from a leading family in Alemannia, a region that had been part of Carloman's sphere. This helped secure that area for himself, but inevitably enraged Desiderius. At roughly the same time, Pope Stephen died and was succeeded by Hadrian, who was much more hostile to the Lombards. As Charlemagne consolidated power, many of Carloman's leading supporters crossed over to him, including prominent churchmen like Abbot Fulrad of St. Denis and his successor Maginarius. Carloman's widow and children fled to Desiderius for protection. The Lombard king, now sheltering possible Carolingian claimants, reverted to a harder line toward Rome and began once again to menace the papal territories. Pope Hadrian appealed to Charlemagne for help. Charlemagne first tried diplomacy, offering Desiderius money if he would restore disputed towns, but Desiderius refused. Late in 773, when most armies would normally have gone home, Charlemagne led a bold double invasion across the Alps, sending forces over both the Mont Cenis and Great St. Bernard passes. Desiderius, perhaps expecting the Franks to withdraw with the winter, retreated behind the defenses of his capital, Pavia. This time, however, the Franks did not go home. Charlemagne kept his army there all winter, maintaining a tight siege through the cold months of 773 and 774, a clear sign of the new, relentless style of warfare that now characterized Carolingian power. The siege was so secure that Charlemagne could leave the camp long enough to travel to Rome to celebrate Easter with the Pope, then return to finish the job. By early summer, Desiderius gave up. He was taken into exile north of the Alps. His son Adelchis escaped to Constantinople, and Carloman's children disappeared from the record. Once again, the outward expansion of Carolingian authority seems to have gone hand in hand with the quiet removal of potential dynastic rivals. In the summer of 774, Charlemagne adopted the title King of the Lombards. No Western ruler had seized another kingdom and its royal title by force for more than 2 centuries. That he could do so with relative ease tells us 2 important things. First, many Lombard nobles must have chosen to accept his rule quickly, since he initially left them in their posts. Second, Charlemagne's ambitions had clearly grown beyond demanding tribute or loose submission. He now sought to govern directly. This shift in attitude was possible only because he felt secure at home in the Frankish realm. Resistance in northern Italy was limited and disorganized. A rising in Friuli and Treviso in 775 to 776 was put down when Charlemagne returned, and the leading rebel, Hrodgaud of Friuli, was killed. From then on, Frankish counts, not Lombard dukes, were installed in cities that had resisted. Charlemagne came back to Italy several more times. On one visit around 780 to 781, he traveled again to Rome, where the Pope anointed and crowned 2 of his younger sons. The boy Pippin was designated to rule the Lombards in Italy, and Louis was assigned Aquitaine, at least in name, while Charlemagne's eldest son, also called Charles, was clearly intended to inherit the main Frankish kingdom. In 786, Charlemagne crossed the Alps yet again, this time to bring the southern Lombard principality of Benevento to heel. Its ruler, Auricus, had begun calling himself prince after the fall of Desiderius. Charlemagne forced him to submit, accept Frankish overlordship, and hand over hostages, including his son Grimoald. Yet he did not turn Benevento into a directly ruled province. He preferred to control it through oaths and political pressure. The Frankish takeover of northern Italy and Pope Hadrian's firm choice of Frankish protection transformed relations with the Eastern Empire in Constantinople. That empire still thought of itself as Roman, but once Rome itself fell under Frankish protection, in practice, Frankish military and political control, the emperor in the East ruled a Roman empire without Rome. Byzantine power in Italy was too weak to reverse this by force, so their policies toward the Franks were hesitant and mixed. They could secretly negotiate with Auricus of Benevento and at the same time attempt a high-level marriage alliance, such as the planned union in 781 between the young Emperor Constantine and Charlemagne's daughter Rotrud. Charlemagne appears to have cooled on this plan and refused to send Rotrud east. In 788, after allowing Grimoald of Benevento to return home and take the throne, Charlemagne's interests in Italy drew a response. The Byzantines sent an army to southern Italy, but it was decisively beaten by Grimoald and Hildeprand of Spoleto, both still formally Lombard rulers. This victory did not mean that Benevento was fully absorbed into the Carolingian system, that would come later, but it showed how far Frankish influence already reached. Meanwhile, Byzantine religious policy continued to cause friction. The Empress Irene tried to repair relations with Rome by ending the earlier ban on religious images, but her council at Nicaea was badly translated for North European readers, and Frankish theologians denounced what they thought they saw as the worship of images rather than their honor. When Irene later blinded her own son, Constantine, and took power as sole ruler, some in the Frankish world began to whisper that the imperial throne in Constantinople was effectively vacant. Once he had dealt with Benevento, Charlemagne turned to the last semi-independent duchy directly bordering his own lands, Bavaria. Its ruler, Tassilo, had a long and complicated history with the Carolingians. As a child, he had been kept at the Frankish court, and later restored as duke with Pippin's help. According to Frankish royal annals, Tassilo swore loyalty to the kings on several occasions, yet in the later 780s, Charlemagne moved decisively against him. After disputes involving Bavarian envoys and papal interests, Charlemagne launched a three-pronged invasion of Bavaria in 787. Tassilo bought time with new oaths of loyalty and the handing over of hostages. But the following year, he was summoned to a great assembly at Ingelheim. There he was accused of disloyalty, including charges going back decades, and forced to submit. His hair was cut as a sign of his removal from secular power, and he was sent to a monastery. The sources, written by Charlemagne's own circle, try to present this as an act of mercy, since the original sentence had supposedly been death. Modern reading of those texts shows how heavily they are slanted. The narrative against Tassilo is full of distortions and is part of the campaign to justify his fall rather than an honest report of wrongdoing. Everything suggests that Charlemagne had already decided to abolish the independent Bavarian duchy and fold it into the Frankish realm. Tassilo was no minor figure. He came from an old ruling line, governed a wealthy and powerful region, and was older and more experienced than Charlemagne himself. His removal without major fighting speaks volumes about Charlemagne's political skill as well as his military weight. Once again, family ties were in play. Tassilo was a grandson of Charles Martel, and therefore part of the wider Carolingian clan, and his son, like him, ended up tonsured and confined. After Tassilo's fall, Bavaria was divided into counties along Frankish lines and placed under the watch of Charlemagne's brother-in-law, Gerald. The main accusation used to bring Tassilo down was that he had plotted with the Avars, a nomadic people who had settled along the Middle Danube and built a powerful confederation there. From this base, they had long threatened areas like northeastern Italy. After Charlemagne's conquest of Lombard lands, the Avars became his concern as well. Clashes between them and Frankish forces began in 788 in both northern Italy and Bavaria. These early contacts were followed by negotiations over frontiers, and then, in 791, a major Frankish campaign. Charlemagne organized a coordinated advance into Avar territory with troops drawn from across his kingdom, including Saxons and Frisians. Religious ritual surrounded the expedition. The army fasted and prayed for 3 days before entering enemy lands. The Avars, whose reputation for ferocity was legendary, put up surprisingly weak resistance, and the Frankish army ravaged large areas almost unopposed. Soon afterwards, internal conflict seems to have broken out among the Avar rulers themselves. A decisive blow came in 796, when Eric of Friuli led a force that captured and plundered the Avar central stronghold, known as the Ring, where they had stored the tribute and treasure accumulated over generations. Pippin, Charlemagne's son and king in Italy, followed up with another campaign to finish their destruction. It is clear that the Avar Confederation was already crumbling from within, and that the Franks struck at exactly the right moment to profit from its collapse. Charlemagne used the vast amounts of loot to enhance his prestige, sending rich gifts drawn from this treasure to neighboring rulers such as Offa of Mercia, and to churches across his domains. Some Avar leaders accepted baptism even before the final defeat, possibly contributing to divisions in their ranks. Afterward, missionaries under Arno of Salzburg moved into the region to spread Christianity. Within a generation, the Avars had vanished from the historical record. Their last appearance is a brief mention in 822, when they sent gifts and envoys to Charlemagne's son, Louis. Nowhere, however, did warfare and religion intertwine more deeply and brutally than in the Saxon Wars. These campaigns lasted around 30 years and were probably the most costly in lives and resources of all Charlemagne's conflicts. Earlier, Frankish rulers had fought the Saxons many times without attempting full conquest. In Charlemagne's reign, several factors turned them into a long-term problem. The Saxons were pushing southward into areas where Carloman and Pippin had tried to contain them in the 740s. Frankish writers had long described Saxon attacks as acts of rebellion and betrayal, reflecting a belief that the Saxons ought to accept Frankish overlordship. Yet the Saxons were pagans, and their oaths carried little weight in Frankish eyes. Carloman and Pippin had already experimented with forced baptism of captives. Charlemagne took this approach further. In 772, he captured the fortress of Eresburg, and then destroyed a sacred Saxon site known as the Irminsul, a striking act of religious aggression. Saxon retaliation followed, and Charlemagne responded with large-scale campaigns in 774 and 775, winning formal submissions and hostages from various Saxon groups. Their promises did not last. While Charlemagne was busy in Italy, the Saxons again attacked Frankish positions, forcing him to march north late in 776, where he ordered a mass baptism of one group as a condition of peace. He even held the annual royal assembly the following year at Paderborn, a newly built Frankish fortress in Saxon territory, to demonstrate his determination to hold the region. A Saxon leader named Widukind, however, refused to submit and fled north, keeping resistance alive. The pattern repeated. The Saxons raided the Rhineland. Charlemagne launched new campaigns in 779 and 780, and further compulsory baptisms took place. Part of the difficulty was political. The Saxons had no single king whose defeat could end the conflict. Leadership was spread among many local chiefs, making the region hard to dominate completely. In 782, Charlemagne issued a set of laws for Saxony, later known as the First Saxon Capitulary. It laid down harsh measures designed to force Christian practices into Saxon society, from banning human sacrifice to imposing the death penalty for eating meat during the fasting season. It also introduced tithes, requiring all free men to give a tenth of their produce and movable goods to support the church. This was not just about belief. It was an attempt to reshape how Saxon society worked at a basic level. These measures provoked fury. Even some of Charlemagne's own advisors were uneasy. The Northumbrian scholar Alcuin wrote to Charlemagne and to Arno of Salzburg, arguing that such heavy demands pushed people away from faith rather than drawing them to it. On the Saxon side, resentment exploded into revolt. A Frankish force was ambushed and crushed in the Suntel Hills, and Charlemagne responded with extreme violence. One annal reports that thousands of Saxons were executed in a single act of vengeance. Even this did not end the uprising. For several years, the Franks fought almost constantly in Saxony, even campaigning through the winter of 784 to 785. At last, Widukind surrendered and agreed to be baptized, with Charlemagne himself standing as godfather, an event that looked like a turning point. Yet unrest flared again. In 793, possibly encouraged by discontent elsewhere in the realm, the Saxons rose once more. The Franks replied with more campaigns. Fighting shifted northward, and Charlemagne drew in other peoples, notably the Abodrite Slavs, east of the Elbe, to help break Saxon resistance. Although another Frankish defeat is recorded in 798, the overall direction of events now favored the Franks. Persistent campaigning, alliances with neighboring peoples, and increasingly severe punishments for rebels gradually crushed Saxon independence. One of the harshest tools was mass deportation. Sources from the final years of the struggle tell of entire communities being uprooted from their homelands and scattered through the Frankish kingdom wherever the ruler chose. By moving rebellious populations and replacing them with more loyal groups, Charlemagne used resettlement, as well as the sword and the cross, to secure the northern frontier of his empire. Charlemagne's great expeditions against the Lombards, Avars, and Saxons pushed Frankish power far beyond the older borders of the realm. In reality, the work of rebuilding what the earlier Merovingian rulers had once controlled was already mostly done when the Duke of Aquitaine was finally beaten in 769. That victory ended nearly 100 years of civil conflict, shifting alliances and divided kingdoms that had begun back in the later 7th century. Anyone in Pippen III's or Charlemagne's entourage who looked back over that turbulent story could see two constant dangers very clearly. First, rivalry inside the Carolingian clan itself, ambitious uncles, cousins, and half-brothers all competing for the top position. Second, the tendency of powerful nobles to pull away from the center, pursuing their own regional interests even when this hurt royal authority. The success story of the dynasty is therefore not just about one family rising to dominance, but about some branches of that family rising by eliminating or sidelining others. Follow the trail through the late 7th and 8th centuries, and it passes a lot of corpses, ending with Charlemagne apparently supreme. But his strength rested on foundations built by earlier relatives, and his grip on power still needed constant work to hold. Once regions like Alemannia, Bavaria, and Aquitaine were conquered, their ruling elites had to be bound into a new political order centered on the king. The question was how that could be done in practice. The first and most obvious answer was continual warfare. The 8th century was a notably aggressive age for the Franks and their neighbors, much more so than the previous 100 years. For the royal annalists, a year without a campaign was unusual enough to comment on. As time went on, these wars were increasingly led by the ruler personally. There is no real surprise, then, that royal power had shrunk in the 7th century and grew stronger in the 8th. To fight beside the king, or earlier beside the mayor of the palace, aristocrats had to swear loyalty and prove it in battle. In return, they expected a share of the spoils, land, treasure, rank, and influence taken from defeated enemies. This connects directly to a second tool of control, the distribution of office, the honores. Counts, bishops, and other office holders still formed the backbone of local government, and the Merovingian framework of counties and dioceses had survived all the unrest. These posts remained attractive because they brought income, prestige, and real power. Reconnecting such positions firmly to royal favor meant rebuilding a strong central court where the great men of the realm could meet the king face to face, compete for advancement, and renew bonds with one another. Under Pippin, and especially under Charlemagne, the royal court again became the main stage for aristocratic politics. Like the old Merovingian household, it moved from estate to estate across the core areas of the kingdom, following supplies and military needs. For example, during the campaigns against the Avars, Charlemagne spent a long stretch at Regensburg between 791 and 793. Excavations at Aachen and at Ingelheim, another favorite stop, show carefully planned palace layouts, with the chapel as the most striking building. At Aachen, that chapel still survives as the heart of the later cathedral. There the king carried out his most solemn ceremonies. Around these set-piece rituals, everyday life at court mixed politics with social contact, hunting, banquets, gift-giving, and the public bestowal of land and offices. This was where bonds created on campaign were renewed in peacetime. Great families, such as that of Gerifred and Gerhard, who held the county of Paris across several generations, show the tension between a strong tendency for offices to become hereditary and the ideal that such roles were a service which had to be earned. Families wanted to lock honoris into their bloodline, because these posts were safer from being broken up than ordinary inherited property. As long as the empire was expanding and the ruler was prepared occasionally to demote the disloyal or incompetent, this competition could be managed. In this period, the circulation of offices was constant but controlled, a sign that royal government was functioning and centered on the king. Even so, pressure built beneath the surface. Some sources that otherwise praise the Carolingians still admit that in 785 to 786, a serious revolt broke out east of the Rhine. The rebels openly rejected royal authority and reportedly declared that they wanted the king dead. Charlemagne eventually crushed the rising, but only by ordering brutal punishments, including mutilations and executions. Such measures hint at real anxiety behind the confident facade. Conquered peoples did not always accept Frankish rule quietly. Even more dangerous than regional unrest, however, were divisions inside the royal house. Charlemagne's eldest son, Pippin, born to a woman named Himiltrude before his more formal marriages, was gradually pushed aside after 770 when the king married a Lombard princess. The clearest sign came when a son by Hildegard, originally named Carloman, was rebaptized with the name Pippin by the Pope himself, signaling that this younger child was now the preferred heir. It is hardly surprising that Pippin the Hunchback, as later writers called him, eventually turned against his father. He led a conspiracy that drew in other dissatisfied nobles. A Lombard named Fardolf exposed the plot and was rewarded with the abbacy of Saint Denis. Pippin was forced into monastic life at Prüm. His fellow conspirators were executed. The wide support he seems to have attracted shows the risks Charlemagne ran. Every time some nobles were rewarded, others lost out, and a sidelined royal prince offered an ideal figurehead for their frustrations. These tensions also appear in royal legislation. After the rebellions and plots of the 780s, Charlemagne issued an edict at Regensburg in 789. It complains that men claimed their law was not being upheld. The king insists that if anyone had been wronged contrary to his law, this had not been done on royal orders, and that any such case should be reported so he could correct it. In this world, law was thought of as something each people possessed: the Salian Franks, the Bavarians, the Saxons, and so on. And the ruler's duty was to protect their rights, not simply to impose his own will. How well he could do that depended heavily on the local agents who actually ran things: counts, royal envoys, and other officers. If they abused their position, they created enemies not only for themselves, but for the king as well. In the same edict, Charlemagne ordered that all major aristocrats must swear a personal oath of loyalty to him, and that his messengers must ensure this happened. Alongside that, he demanded something even more fundamental: service in the army. From this point, the path into the elite and the honor of fighting in the royal host, which lay at the heart of noble identity, began with a sworn promise of fidelity to the ruler. Throughout this political story runs another equally important theme: the deeply Christian character of the Frankish ruling class. The court-sponsored monasteries, supported holy men, attracted scholars, and worked to standardize religious texts and practices. Long before Pippin's anointing as king, rulers were being described as holding an office with sacred responsibilities. Leading Franks increasingly thought of themselves as a chosen people, favored by God, and set apart from the non-Christian or not quite Christian neighbors around them. This self-image helped them justify conquest and expansion. As Frankish armies withdrew from newly subdued lands, missionaries were often sent in to build churches, organize dioceses, and win the loyalty of the population to the Frankish church, and thus to the empire. From their own perspective, kings truly believed they were responsible for the salvation of the souls under their rule. Given decades of near unbroken military success, many must have seen that success as proof that heaven approved of their actions. This was not only cynical cover for expansion, even if it can seem that way now. Looking more closely at this Christian world, however, complicates the picture. The more closely ideas such as religion, paganism, the church, and even Christianity itself are examined in this early medieval setting, the more slippery they become. Placing Carolingian religious life in a wider context forces some modern assumptions about the period to be reconsidered. The material just outlined leads into three broad questions: how far and in what sense Christianity actually spread, how sin and moral failure were understood, and how Christian kingship and learning functioned in society. To approach those themes properly, basic terms like pagan, Christian, and church need to be unpacked. One way into that problem is to look again at the court of the later Carolingian rulers. Around the year 860, King Lothar II sought to put aside his wife Theutberga and marry his long-term partner, Valdrada. Some bishops wrote to Hinsmar of Reims, asking whether it was really possible, as people claimed, for certain women to use harmful magic to sow hatred between husband and wife, or bind a couple together in irresistible passion. Hinchmar's reply painted a vivid picture of dangerous influences at court. He described magicians, necromancers, fortune-tellers, and others who practiced forbidden rituals, sacrifices, and charms. He even alluded to women seduced by demonic lovers. The warning was clear. Lothar's desire for Valdrada was presented as the result of sinister forces at work around him. On one level, this letter seems to portray a world where non-Christian or half-Christian practices still flourished in high society centuries after the original royal conversions. Yet Hinchmar was also a political actor. His patron, Charles the Bald, had every interest in undermining Lothar and preventing him from producing legitimate heirs. Much of Hinchmar's catalogue of sorcerers and diviners was copied almost word for word from an earlier encyclopedic work by Isidore of Seville. He was deliberately applying stock images of bad religion to a contemporary situation. Still, the letter would only have had force if it sounded plausible to its readers, which suggests that educated churchmen could imagine such forces as a real threat. This example shows how hard it is to get at actual belief. Hinchmar's text has led some modern readers to think in terms of a partly Christianized society where old magical habits survived underneath a thin Christian layer. But the Archbishop himself would probably not have recognized the idea of a pre-Christian world, since in his mind, Christ had always existed and the devil had always been active. The powers he described were understood through a Christian lens, as the work of demons dragging people into sin. In that sense, his letter tells more about what counted as unacceptable within a Christian framework than it does about a separate, independent system of belief. It also reflects the way surviving sources shape the view of the period. They tend to emphasize visible actions, chants, sacrifices, rituals, rather than inner states of mind. That can create the impression that early medieval religion was mostly about outward behavior and collective customs, with little concern for personal conviction. But later shifts in writing style, when more texts began to focus on individual piety, may reflect changes in literary fashion as much as any great transformation in inner spirituality. The people of this time were no less capable of deep, reflective belief than later generations. Their ways of expressing it were simply different and are harder to recover. Christian teaching itself was never a rigid block. Its roots lay among Greek-speaking thinkers in the late Roman world, steeped in ancient philosophy. Early Christian writers blended devotion to a crucified Jewish teacher with questions drawn from Greek thought about the nature of God and the universe. Long-running debates wrestled with how to describe Christ's relationship to God and how humans might be saved through him. Over time, however, church leaders pushed Christian concern into parts of life that older Roman pagan priests had barely touched, such as sexual ethics and the conduct of marriage. Learned discussions shifted away from abstract questions about divine nature and towards practical guidance on how to encounter the divine here and now and in the afterlife. This altered how people related to the community of believers, what later writers would call the Church. Even that word is tricky for this period. It is not always clear that there was a single, unified institution behind the term. The idea of a more coherent organization becomes more convincing towards the end of the 8th and into the 9th century than at the beginning. New forms of writing, especially saints' lives, presented faith through the lens of exemplary deeds. Holiness was shown by what people did, how they prayed, gave alms, forgave enemies, endured hardship. These works make it difficult to pin down a neat, fixed definition of Christianity. Around the year 700, most people who called themselves Christian probably agreed that there was eternal life promised to those who believed that God had become human in Jesus, and that baptism was the proper public gateway into that belief. Beyond that, there was huge variation. Many had little direct contact with the Bible. Interpretations of Scripture differed widely. In reality, there were multiple forms of Christian belief and practice, and multiple overlapping churches, not one uniform religion. Hincmar's letter, built from older condemnations of rustic practices, assumes a sharper line between acceptable and unacceptable behavior than earlier writers did. By his time, Christianity, in clerical eyes, increasingly meant not just a set of convictions, but obedience to the rules of an institution. The slow move toward that more confident institutional definition underlies much of what was happening in the Carolingian world and is vital to keep in view. Trying to pin down what people believed in the early Middle Ages is tricky not only for Christianity, but also for the other labels usually thrown around with it: paganism, religion, magic, superstition. Today, these words sound precise, as if they mark clear categories. Late antique and medieval writers liked using them too, but they did not agree on what exactly belonged where. Augustine of Hippo could confidently say that old superstitions were just the last scraps of error that Christianity would sweep away. Yet no consensus existed on which concrete practices counted as superstition, which as religion, and which as outright sorcery. In reality, these terms only make sense in relation to one another. A ritual that one observer might treat as proper worship could look like foolish superstition to a second onlooker, and dangerous magic to a third. Diviners who tried to predict the future might be branded servants of demons by a strict churchman, such as Hincmar, even though their behavior did not look very different from the prophetic abilities praised in Christian saints. This confusion shows clearly in a short Frankish text known as the Indiculus, compiled in the mid-8th century in the context of reform councils promoted by Boniface in the eastern Frankish lands. It lists a series of practices that should be rejected, but the items it names come from very different worlds. Some are clearly misdirected Christian behavior, such as offering sacrifices at churches or treating certain spots as holy shrines for saints in ways clerics disapproved of. Others belong more to what modern readers would call magic or folk belief. Charms, amulets, muttered spells, fortune-telling based on the cries or droppings of animals, or wild dances performed during certain rituals. Still others refer to rites of woods, or to Mercury and Jupiter, which says more about the habit of using Roman names for non-Roman gods than about real continuity of classical religion. The compilers simply bundle all of this together as things good Christians should avoid. For them, there was no neat line dividing religion from magic or superstition. What mattered was whether a practice fit their tightening sense of correct Christian behavior. Alcuin's story about the English missionary Willibrord facing a pagan king who drew lots to decide who would die for violating an island sacred to the god Fosit, likewise mixes together sacred space, ritual purity, divination, and royal authority in a way that does not match modern categories at all. One major difficulty is that almost everything we know about non-Christian belief comes from Christian pens. Nobody from outside the church left their own explanations of their gods or rites in the regions where the Franks operated. Christian writers were not trying to describe those beliefs fairly. They used them as a backdrop against which to sharpen their own definition of real Christianity. When a pope such as Gregory III told people in the German lands that they must absolutely give up divination, sacrifices for the dead, prophecies at springs or in groves, charms and witchcraft, he was repeating a standard list inherited from late Roman church law, rather than responding to fresh field work. Boniface's counsels and the Indiculus drew from the same stock phrases. Over time, this produced a more and more rigid picture of what counted as Christianity for learned clergy. Everything else was pushed into a single basket marked error or unbelief, and eventually could be condemned as heresy. The favorite watchword for this effort was correction, straightening people out so that practice matched the ideal. Even where evidence survives for older gods and rites, it is hard to draw straight lines. In some regions that once belonged to the Roman Empire, texts still mention Jupiter or Mercury. Elsewhere, especially in the north, names such as Woden, Donar, Thor, or Tiu occur in day names, in a few charms, and in place names. Hagiographical stories mention cults of deities like Fosit on a sacred island, or a mysterious earth mother called Urche in an Anglo-Saxon spell. Missionary tales speak of sacred trees cut down, holy springs defiled, and cattle or even humans offered in sacrifice. Burial customs suggest belief in some kind of life after death and a journey to reach it, hinted at by graves furnished with horses or even ships. At the same time, these scattered pieces vary hugely in date and context. The most detailed accounts of so-called Germanic mythology come from authors in Iceland writing long after their own conversion and imagining the distant past through a Christian lens. It is impossible to say with confidence how much a Saxon in the 8th century shared in belief or imagination with a Frisian in the 7th or an Icelander in the 10th. What emerges instead is a patchwork of local practices and stories, later remembered and reshaped into legend and folklore. Creatures such as dragons, giants, elves, and dwarves show up prominently in Old English literature, including Beowulf. But even these are embedded in Christian narratives. Grendel is traced back to the biblical figure Cain, and Alcuin famously worried about people delighting in tales of heroes like Ingeld instead of focusing on Christ. For many Christians of the time, belief in such beings and stories could coexist with their faith, rather than stand as a separate, organized pagan religion. Once this is recognized, the classic picture of sharp conversion from one clearly defined religion to another begins to blur. Medieval narratives of mission love to present the spread of Christianity as a dramatic contest. Brave evangelists facing stubborn pagans, temples torn down, idols smashed, whole peoples turning in a single sweeping movement. Older scholarship often adopted this heroic storyline and followed the lives of famous missionaries as if they alone carried Christianity into new lands. In reality, the institutional shape of the church was still forming during this period, and local practice remained very diverse even in long Christianized regions. Councils of bishops created a body of church law that looked unified on paper, beginning with the grand gatherings of the 4th century. But in the western provinces, earlier councils usually dealt only with one kingdom at a time and did not claim universal reach. The revival of frequent assemblies in the Frankish realms during the 8th century came from a new alliance: reform-minded Anglo-Saxon clergy with a rigorous vision of church order, and the rising Carolingian rulers who needed an ideology to support their authority and knit their wide territories together. These meetings, and the rules they produced, traveled wherever Carolingian power extended, crossing the old borders between kingdoms, and gradually helped to give the Western Church a more distinct identity in contrast to the churches of the Eastern Empire. From a broader perspective, it is often the visible structures of the Church that have caught historians' attention. Between around 700 and 900, the network of bishops, dioceses, monasteries, and parish churches became thicker and more clearly organized across much of Western and Central Europe. This growth says little in itself about what people actually believed, but it does show how far the Christian institution spread. Success was usually measured first in terms of stable church presence, rather than in terms of inner conviction. Setting up a bishop with a seat in a town, defining his district, founding monasteries, and anchoring worship in buildings and estates. The pattern continued older Roman developments. After Constantine's conversion, bishops and dioceses had been planted across the empire. The collapse of imperial structures disrupted this map in some regions, but many centers endured. Bishops like Remigius of Reims, who persuaded the Frankish king Clovis to accept baptism around the year 500, stood in a line that stretched back into late antiquity. Elsewhere, especially in Britain and the far north of Gaul, gaps opened and had to be refilled later. Still, by the 7th century, Christianity had sunk deep enough roots that Frankish writers could look back to earlier local martyrs and confessors, and could start turning outstanding churchmen of their own day into saints, celebrated in polished biographies. These texts present their heroes as people whose miraculous powers healed the sick and corrected the behavior of the violent and unruly. One such account praises Bishop Audouin for taming the savagery of the Franks and gently leading them away from old rites into the service of Christ. Stories like this highlight the gradual shaping of everyday life and local custom into something that those authors could recognize as properly Christian, even if the boundaries still looked very blurred on the ground. The story about Bishop Audouin turning fierce Franks into gentle Christians comes right after his ordination as Bishop of Rouen. Read alongside Gregory of Tours' earlier picture of a heavily Christian landscape in Merovingian Gaul, it is hard to take this as a literal report of mass conversion from raw paganism. Instead, it reflects what the author believed a strong bishop was supposed to do: guide, discipline, and reshape his flock. From a historian's point of view, Audouin is important not so much because of the miracles attached to his name, but because of his position. He was a great aristocrat before entering the clergy, closely tied to the royal court, and his promotion to the bishopric of Rouen was as much a reward for political service and noble status as a recognition of personal holiness. His life shows how, in the 7th century, the advance of Christianity in the West is best understood through the growth of bishops and their dioceses, defining their boundaries, strengthening their authority, and embedding them at the top of the clerical hierarchy. It is no accident that the Christianization of the Anglo-Saxons, which was organized more systematically than in many Frankish regions, focused so strongly on building up bishoprics and carving out diocesan territories, drawing on Irish, Roman, and Frankish patterns at the same time, and trying to reconcile the differences between them. These tensions over how the church should be organized and how powerful bishops ought to be are visible in the long-running disputes surrounding Wilfrid of York. He has often been remembered as a missionary pioneer, but his real significance lies in the kind of bishop he tried to be. Wilfrid aimed to run his diocese rather like a great Frankish prelate. He controlled vast lands, dominated religious life over a huge area, and headed major monasteries such as Ripon and Hexham, while also being bishop. This combination of roles, and the sheer size of his influence in Northumbria, provoked resistance from both kings and fellow churchmen. Unlike bishops in Gaul, he did not have an established tradition of local saints to back up his authority. Those would develop only after his death, and even then, mainly in his own foundations. To increase his spiritual prestige, he relied on imported relics, carefully gathered on his journeys to Rome, and he cultivated a special devotion to certain apostles such as Andrew. Rome, for him, was not only a reservoir of relics, but also a source of legal and spiritual authority. When King Ecgfrith removed him from his see, Wilfrid appealed directly to the Pope. A Frankish bishop would almost never have done this at that time. The fact that Wilfrid secured a papal judgment in his favor, even if the king ignored it, shows how reverence for Rome as the city of Peter and the martyrs, the prestige of its bishops, and the growing confidence of Western church leaders all combined to draw more and more disputes towards the papal court. Appeals like Wilfrid's helped to reinforce the idea of a church structure in which bishops across the West were linked in a hierarchy that ultimately looked to Rome. Against this background, the idea of mission to the pagans in the north and east began to take shape. Wilfrid himself was later portrayed as a kind of trailblazer among the Frisians, though the surviving stories are deeply colored by later missionary enthusiasm. His biographer describes a detour on Wilfrid's first journey to Rome, when political trouble forced him to cross by way of Frisian territory. There he was said to have preached daily and baptized almost all the local leaders and large crowds of ordinary people. Bede, writing a little later, repeated and reinforced this dramatic picture. But this confident tale clashes with later accounts of stubborn and aggressive paganism among the Frisians, suggesting that such early missions were more fragile and short-lived than the rhetoric implies. When Willibrord, another English churchman trained in Ireland and once a monk under Wilfrid, went to the continent, the language of mission appears more clearly. Guided by Ecgbert's plan to reach the ancestral homelands of the English, Willibrord sought the backing of the Frankish mayor of the palace Pippin, then traveled to Rome for explicit papal approval. In practice, his work among the Frisians met serious resistance. Alcuin's later biography paints a vivid picture of deeply rooted non-Christian rites and sacrifices. Another saint's life, that of Wulfram of Sens, tells similar stories of human offerings and sacred cattle, and stresses that what really persuaded people was not polished sermons, but spectacular miracles. Yet even here, progress seems to have been uneven and closely tied to Frankish military dominance. In regions where Frankish control was firm, Willibrord's influence was strongest, and landowners gave estates to support his work. Some of Pippin's own relatives donated property to found a monastery at Echternach, which became Willibrord's main base. From there, he attracted support from many directions, including nobles who were not necessarily loyal to the Pippinid line. Willibrord was not only a missionary, he was a trusted religious figure who could stand above factional politics. The best-known English organizer on the continent, Boniface, began his continental career in this same world. He first went to Frisia, then turned back when he found the area engulfed in war between Charles Martel and the Frisian ruler Radbod. On his second journey, he made straight for Rome, where the Pope gave him a new name and a commission to preach among peoples bound in unbelief. At first he cooperated with Willibrord, but soon turned his attention inland, especially to Hesse and Thuringia. His biographer presents these regions as half Christian, half pagan. Local elites kept Christian labels and rituals, but mixed them freely with older cults and sacred trees. Boniface was credited with cutting down a famous oak that served as a focus of worship, and with founding monasteries that anchored Christian presence in the landscape. The papacy later granted him the authority to ordain other bishops east of the Rhine, and he used that power to shape an entire regional church structure, installing bishops at Würzburg, Buraburg, and other centers, and helping to reorganize Bavaria's religious life. His final years show him trying to extend this pattern further north into Frisia once more. There, in old age, he and his companions were killed in a surprise attack while preparing for a mass baptism. News of his death traveled quickly. Northumbrian annals noted it, and monasteries as far away as Monte Cassino remembered him in their prayers. In the regions where he had worked, his influence continued through a circle of disciples who fought over his legacy, his relics, and his memory. Some, such as Lull, concentrated on building up the archbishopric of Mainz. Others turned Fulda into a major monastic powerhouse. At Utrecht, his example inspired further attempts at stabilizing the church among the Frisians. For some of these heirs, mission was central. For others, monastic expansion or episcopal rank mattered more. Even the question of where Boniface's body should lie became a power struggle, because hosting his cult drew pilgrims, gifts, and prestige. English churchmen continued to cross the sea. They brought books, liturgical habits, and links to their home monasteries. Willehad, for instance, worked among the Frisians around 770, then pushed into Saxon territory. Liuger, descended from a Frisian Christian family, also became a key figure in these borderlands. His work shows how tightly mission and Frankish warfare were intertwined. Liuger destroyed shrines and altars, but also handed a large share of their valuables to Charlemagne, acknowledging that his ability to act depended on Frankish soldiers standing behind him. Another English priest, Lebuin, marched straight into a public Saxon assembly and warned that a foreign king would devastate their lands if they refused Christianity. The anonymous author who later recorded this speech knew, from the vantage point of the mid-9th century, just how accurate that warning would prove. In Saxony and Frisia, the pattern is clear. Aristocratic support, military dominance, and church building went hand in hand. Monasteries such as Woerden and cathedrals at Münster, Bremen, and Paderborn did as much to embed Christianity as any dramatic sermon or miracle. At the same time, all of these narratives are shaped by the purposes of their writers. Most are saints' lives, crafted to show the hero's boldness, the stubbornness of pagans, and the triumph of the cross. They exaggerate the strength and coherence of non-Christian belief in order to heighten the drama of conversion. Even letters from figures like Boniface can distort reality, stressing difficulties and dangers to impress Rome with the importance of the work and the need for support. The Anglo-Saxon evangelists themselves formed dense family and friendship networks. Alcuin was related to Willibrord and wrote for Willibrord's kinsman Bornrad. Boniface drew heavily on contacts in Wessex and Mercia, including powerful bishops and abbesses. Moving to the continent often meant stepping into communities where such kinship ties already existed. For many of these travelers, crossing the Channel was as much a social and career choice as an act of pure missionary zeal. The dramatic image of brave preachers facing savage pagans comes as much from the stories later told about them as from what actually happened. In reality, a lot of their work involved organizing already half-Christian regions, negotiating with rulers, sorting out church property, and adapting older customs to fit new expectations. Beyond the missionary tales lies the everyday religious background noise of the period. Stories from Merovingian Gaul show bishops confronting idol trees or local rituals that had survived in Christian districts for generations. Letters from Boniface complain bitterly about priests and even bishops who hunted, drank heavily, took part in feuds, or joined in rowdy seasonal celebrations that church law formally forbade. Other sources paint a picture of people who viewed Christian rites in highly practical ways, shaping them to fit local habits. Some English communities, for example, took communion wine in ordinary drinking horns, prompting formal condemnation at a church council. Charlemagne complained that many people acted as godparents and lifted children from the baptismal font without knowing even the basic prayers they were supposed to recite. Examples like these show that Christianization covered a wide spectrum, from open resistance through partial and confused understanding to deeply felt faith. In many places, there was no strong, organized pagan religion competing with the church. Instead, there were varied local customs, half-remembered stories, and a cluster of practices tied to land, family, and festival. Faced with this, Christian leaders sometimes painted an image of a unified, dangerous paganism to make their own religion look more coherent and complete. The encounters with the Avars and Saxons bring all of these tensions sharply into focus. Both groups had long traded and negotiated with the Franks. Christian ideas and rituals were not entirely unknown to them, and Frankish clergy worried less about total ignorance than about wrong belief and sloppy practice. Thinkers like Alcuin urged Charlemagne and his bishops to rely on preaching and genuine instruction, arguing that forced baptisms and harsh tithes did not create true Christians. He blamed Frankish negligence as much as pagan stubbornness for repeated uprisings. Yet when it came to war, these moderate voices carried little weight. Royal annals speak instead of savage campaigns, mass executions, deportations, and relentless pressure, and they frequently equate opposition with pagan perfidy. Legal texts drawn up for the Saxons define conversion in terms of obedience to Christian law, backed by terrifying penalties. Such sources tell more about how Carolingian rulers wanted to see these conflicts than about what people on the ground actually believed. They also reveal how easy it was, in elite discourse, to label political resistance as religious rebellion. In response to all this, the Church placed enormous stress on visible, repeatable rituals. Baptism, the sign of the cross, the proper celebration of the Eucharist, the calling of councils, the recitation of set prayers and creeds, these served as the public marks of belonging. They allowed kings and bishops to measure progress and to demand conformity. Rituals were also easier to standardize than inner conviction. Still, the most thoughtful Christian writers insisted that outward practices were not enough. Their ideal was moral transformation, a deep change of heart and behavior that would lead toward spiritual perfection and secure eternal salvation. This gap between the high ideals of reformers and the messy realities of daily life created a constant tension. It encouraged a pessimistic tone in many texts, full of complaints about corruption, backsliding, and lingering pagan habits. Some people seemed so far from the ideal that they could be branded effectively non-Christian even if they had been baptized. Others were acknowledged as believers, but still seen as perilously imperfect. Blocking the way to perfection and constantly haunting these discussions of mission, ritual, and belief stood the central Christian diagnosis of the human condition: the stubborn presence of sin. Hincmar's criticism of pagan-style rituals at court hides a deeper anxiety. What really troubled him was not old religious customs, but the moral collapse inside the royal household. Queen Teutberga was accused of unnatural sexual acts and a forced miscarriage, while King Lothar II openly lived in adultery. Each side used Christian morality as a weapon. Teutberga's opponents argued she was sinful and unfit to be queen, while her defenders insisted that Lothar himself behaved in a way no Christian ruler should. In this tense world, paganism was less a living religion and more a convenient mirror in which churchmen reflected fears about human weakness, desire, and sin. For Hincmar's generation, the true enemy was not forgotten gods, but the failures inside the human heart. Christianity taught that sin could be faced only through the hope of eternal life, where Christ's sacrifice promised redemption after death. In other words, fear of sin and awareness of death were inseparable. By the 8th century, Christianity had already begun reshaping burial customs. In earlier centuries, people placed weapons, pottery, and ornaments in graves. After about 700, this practice slowly faded, not because the church banned it, but because attitudes toward death were changing. Wealth was no longer displayed inside the grave. Instead, families spent generously on priests, masses, and prayer to help the soul on its journey after death. The Christian ritual that came to dominate this new thinking was the Mass, the symbolic repetition of Christ's Last Supper, soon understood as a sacred moment where heaven touched earth. As belief in the power of prayer grew, memorial gifts to churches and monasteries increased. Many left property, land, or money in return for constant prayer on behalf of their souls. A charter from early medieval Italy illustrates this shift. A nobleman named Ratpert gave away much of his estate and asked the monks to pray endlessly for the release of his soul from sin. Others acted similarly. Some gave to save themselves, some gave hoping to protect their children. Others used gifts to manage family inheritance while strengthening their spiritual safety. Across the West, donations multiplied. Monasteries kept lists of names, thousands long, so monks could pray for benefactors day and night. The idea that sin continued beyond death and could still be eased by prayer became a powerful motivation. Fear of judgment shaped daily decision-making, and generosity towards the church became a visible expression of that fear and hope. Monasteries, once humble retreats from worldly life, grew into wealthy landholders. Their spiritual power made them desirable allies, and lay families competed to control them. Some monasteries became power brokers between noble clans. Others offered kings military support as well as prayer. A famous dispute over Lorsch Monastery shows this clearly. When its founder died, both family and abbot fought for ownership. Charlemagne intervened, ruled in the abbot's favor, and brought the monastery firmly under royal influence. From then on, kings increasingly used religious houses as tools of authority, protection, and wealth. This created a paradox at the heart of monastic life. Monks sought separation from the world, yet the world poured into their cloisters through land, politics, royal favor, and influence. Reformers worried that spiritual purity was being drowned by wealth and power. To protect monastic identity, communities built cloisters to separate monks from lay society, restricted access, and emphasized stricter personal holiness. More monks became priests so that they themselves could offer masses, one of the most valued forms of prayer. Virginal nuns also held high spiritual status. Meanwhile, new religious communities called canons were formed near cathedrals, living together without withdrawing fully from society. The same tension appeared among village priests. Bishops imagined a well-educated celibate clergy, pure in behavior and free from violence or worldly dependence. The reality was uneven. Some priests lived exactly as expected: literate, disciplined, caretakers of the sacraments. Others behaved more like ordinary landholders, relying on local lords and struggling to meet ideal standards. Manuals for priests show impressive theological knowledge in some regions, especially near the royal heartland, but it is unclear how widely that level of training extended. The Church was building a structure, slowly, unevenly, and with compromises at every step. The development of penance adds another layer to this story. Private confession and calculated acts of fasting or prayer became common, and bishops tried to control the process. Some people fully accepted penance, others paid to escape it. When royals performed penance in public, it could either strengthen their authority through humility or undermine them completely, as happened when an emperor was forced to submit publicly in shame. Penance was spiritual medicine, but also a stage on which power could be made or broken. These struggles over sin, forgiveness, marriage, and moral responsibility burst into view during Lothar II's attempt to divorce Theodberga. Earlier law, both Roman and Germanic, allowed concubines, multiple partnerships, and easy separation. But Christian teaching pushed toward stricter marriage: one man, one woman, a public union that could not be undone. Spiritual kinship, created through baptism and godparenthood, was treated like blood relation, making many marriages technically incestuous. Some churchmen even tried to stretch forbidden family ties to 7 generations. Yet Lothar's crisis wasn't caused by complex theology. It was driven by passion. He wanted to abandon his lawful wife and marry his lover. Love and desire stood against law, ritual, and political expectation. And so the early Middle Ages reveal a landscape where old customs met rising Christian discipline, where monasteries prayed for souls but wielded land and soldiers, where priests heard confessions yet struggled to meet ideals, where kings weighed desire against salvation. It was a world learning how to live between sin and hope, between earth and eternity. Lothar's attempt to set aside Theodberga became a crisis not simply because of marriage law, but because it unfolded in a period when power itself was uncertain. Secular lords, bishops, and the papacy all claimed the right to judge moral behavior, and each demanded authority over the king's decision. Pope Nicholas stepped in and rejected the divorce, placing Rome directly into a dispute that involved both government and churchmen. The case moved from ordeal to councils of bishops to papal judgment. Lothar was not even allowed to rule on his own fate. His desire for a new marriage exposed him as a king driven by passion and weakness, at a time when kings were expected to display Christian discipline. The political structure around him, built on shared rule between nobles and clergy, amplified scrutiny on his private life. A ruler was expected not only to govern, but to guide the faithful toward salvation. That demand sharpened every accusation and every defense. This expectation was rooted in a long tradition. Earlier kings had presided over religious gatherings, issued edicts of faith, and carried responsibility for both earthly order and spiritual well-being. Among the Franks, this authority blended into a system where royal office was described as a ministry, a leadership of souls as well as armies. When new kings were chosen, noble families and clergy together confirmed them, and in return, the kings promised protection, justice, and Christian guidance. From this logic came the belief that a ruler must be morally upright, a shepherd of salvation. For someone like Lothar, caught between desire and obligation, that ideal became a trap. The bond between Frankish kings and the papacy grew stronger after Pippin was anointed with holy oil. Both sides portrayed their first meeting dramatically, one claiming the king knelt to the pope, the other insisting the pope knelt to the king. Despite competing stories, the partnership endured. Frankish armies protected Rome, and in return, the popes blessed Carolingian power. Charlemagne embraced this relationship most fully. He conquered Lombardy by force, yet entered Rome as a pilgrim, drawn to its martyrs and ancient sacred sites. Rome offered something more valuable than soldiers: relics, memory, authority rooted in the age of the apostles. The Franks soon sought not only bones of saints, but official texts, rules, and liturgy. Canon law was copied and distributed across the kingdom. A mass book associated with Gregory became a standard reference. A set of monastic rules tied to Benedict traveled north and shaped religious life. Whether these texts were truly Roman mattered less than the image they projected. A uniform faith, anchored to an ancient center, gave legitimacy to kings who ruled in Christ's name. Even when liturgy and monastic practice varied wildly, the Carolingian world liked to imagine itself united beneath Rome's heritage. Alongside relics and authority came organization. Boniface, a reforming missionary, relied heavily on both papal approval and royal support. With papal titles behind him, he reorganized the clergy, created new dioceses, and held councils with Carolingian backing. These gatherings punished disorder, condemned heresy, and insisted on priestly discipline. Gradually, kings and bishops became architects of a more structured church. Pippin's rise to the throne only accelerated this process. Lacking old royal lineage, he used Christian symbolism to strengthen legitimacy. Kingship and holiness intertwined. Liturgy was standardized, priestly behavior regulated, and the clergy expected to model Christian conduct for the entire realm. Under Charlemagne, this fusion of power and faith reached its fullest expression. He issued commands that schools be founded, clergy be trained properly, and sacred books corrected for accuracy. the salvation of the people required education. Copyists worked across the empire, rewriting scripture, sermons, hymnals, and law. New script, new books, new commentaries, new biographies appeared in monasteries and courts. Many ancient works survived only because they were recopied in these years. This movement, later called a Renaissance, did not erase older cultures, but preserved them while blending them with Christian learning. The royal court became a magnet for scholars from England, Italy, Spain, and Ireland. They shaped teaching, liturgy, and law, then carried these ideas outward when appointed as abbots and bishops. Even after Charlemagne's death, the work continued. His heirs faced political division, yet schools, libraries, and writing houses multiplied. Debate replaced uniformity. New arguments arose over ritual, sacraments, and the role of relics. Saints of earlier centuries were rediscovered, their bones moved and venerated. Monasteries competed to possess them. Meanwhile, literature began appearing not only for monks, but in the language of ordinary people. Culture no longer radiated solely from the court. It spread through bishops, abbeys, noble patrons, and local centers of study. When Lothar II died without a legitimate son, this complex world of texts, power, and memory resurfaced. Compilations of Frankish history were assembled to support political claims. Charles the Bald seized Lothar's lands and crowned himself king. Scribes prepared books that linked him to earlier rulers and heroic pasts, suggesting continuity instead of rupture. The same culture that once aimed to purify morals was now used to shape politics, identity, and inheritance. Across these generations, one legacy endured. Carolingian rulers had made learning part of governance. They treated books as instruments of reform and saw knowledge as a means to build a Christian society. Later centuries, Ottonian, Reforming, and Medieval, would follow this model. Debate never vanished, unity never came fully, but the conviction remained that power should cultivate knowledge, correct behavior, and guide people toward salvation. That idea outlived every king who carried it. Very early in 814, after a long season of fevers and pain, Charlemagne could no longer resist sickness. The aging ruler stopped eating, relying only on small sips of drink, as he had done during earlier illnesses. 1 week later, on the morning of the 28th of January, he died at the age of 65. His close companion, Einhard, describes how the emperor's body was washed, prepared, and laid to rest that same day inside a Roman sarcophagus brought from Italy. He was buried beneath the western entrance of the palace church at Aachen, surrounded by mourners. A lament from a monk in the monastery of Bobbio soon echoed across the empire, claiming that Francia had never known deeper sorrow. The dramatic mourning, heavy with emotion, shows how quickly Charlemagne became larger than life. Even though such grief was likely embellished, many who reflected on his final years would have focused on 3 achievements. The first was his coronation as emperor in Rome on Christmas Day, a moment remembered as the peak of his power and the symbol of his bond with the papacy. The second was the end of constant expansion and annual war, a pattern that had shaped Frankish politics for generations. And finally, he secured the succession by granting the entire empire to his remaining son, Louis, whose future seemed bright. Yet later memory reversed this hope. Charlemagne stands as the model of a triumphant medieval emperor, while Louis has long been painted as the opposite: gentle, uncertain, unable to command loyalty. His reign from 814 to 840 is often told as a long decline marked by rebellion. His 3 oldest sons rose against him twice, with noble support strong enough to unseat him for a time. Even decades later, the shock had not faded. Louis's son, Louis the German, reportedly dreamed of his father suffering in the afterlife and ordered prayers for his soul throughout his lands. Many modern accounts treated these crises as the first cracks in the imperial structure. For generations, the contrast between the mighty father and the struggling son shaped how this period was understood. More recent work challenges that picture. Instead of assuming Louis was simply weak, some argue that he inherited troubles already forming near the end of Charlemagne's life. The once relentless conqueror slowed with age, became ill in his final years, and even his decrees reveal impatience and fatigue. Writers of the time described an emperor whose strength was fading, whose right arm, once feared by enemies, now trembled with age. Reports spoke of omens, letters fading on inscriptions, vitality draining from the very structures he built. In this reading, Louis did not destroy a firm legacy. He inherited a great empire already heavy with strain. This debate relies heavily on judging personalities, yet personal traits are difficult to recover with any certainty. Descriptions of Louis as humorless or overly devout reveal more about political messaging than inner character. To call him mild could be praise or criticism. His biographers shaped their portraits to explain rebellion and justify events, not to reveal a man's private mind. Even his supposed wish to leave the throne for a monastery may reflect political argument rather than personal desire. It may therefore be more useful to understand the pressures both rulers faced. 2 problems towered over the early 9th century: how to manage power within the ruling family, and how to hold together a vast empire whose elites had grown used to war, reward, and independence. Ironically, the systems designed to stabilize the empire helped create the tensions that exploded in the 800s and 30s. The end of expansion changed everything. Earlier kingship depended on war, assembly, and shared plunder, which tied aristocrats to the throne. Once conquest stopped, loyalty needed new foundations. Regions recently subdued had to be integrated not by fear, but by participation and recognition. The empire had been taken by force. Now it needed to be imagined as one. At first glance, the imperial coronation of 800 looks like the key moment that forged this unity. Later centuries revered it as the birth of the imperial tradition in the West. But to those alive at the time, the event was less straightforward. It arose from crisis, not from smooth ambition. Pope Leo III had faced violent opposition in Rome and fled to Charlemagne for protection. The king entered the city months later, after investigations, negotiations, and political uncertainty. Only then did the coronation take place, and its meaning was fiercely contested. Frankish writers cast Charlemagne as the savior of the church, while Roman accounts stressed the pope's authority. Even the famous claim that Charlemagne supposedly did not know he would be crowned may have been crafted later to highlight his humility. Another power stood in the background: Byzantium. Its rulers considered themselves the sole heirs of Rome. To them, imperial authority in the West was a threat. Messages from Constantinople, embassies from Sicily, and the weakness of Byzantine rule in Italy all played a part. Charlemagne's new title appealed most immediately to Italy, where Roman tradition still carried weight. It helped stabilize authority in lands once ruled from the east and allowed the king to present himself as a Roman-style protector of the church. Yet outside Italy, the title did not redefine how the empire functioned. He remained king of the Franks and Lombards. His realm stayed divided into regions with their own laws and customs. Empire became a matter of prestige, ceremony, and display, not a new constitutional system. The growing palace center at Aachen reveals this clearly. In the decades after 800, Charlemagne and Louis built a network of monumental palaces that acted as anchors of government. These complexes hosted assemblies, drew nobles into regular contact with their ruler, and symbolized authority through stone, art, and ritual. Aachen in particular projected royal power by merging Christian, Roman, and Frankish imagery. Marble columns, mosaics, relics, exotic animals, mechanical wonders, they all impressed visiting nobles and ambassadors. Other palaces, such as Ingelheim and Frankfurt, reinforced this presence. These sites kept alive memories of past conquests, presenting the dynasty as heir to Rome and master of the Christian world. But even the most splendid halls could not govern a 1,000,000-square-kilometer empire alone. Authority depended on powerful regional families. Counts, bishops, abbots, and royal envoys operated locally, often chosen not for neutrality, but because they already held influence. Missi, the king's traveling inspectors, were sent to enforce justice, settle disputes, and report misconduct. Yet real power flowed through negotiation, kinship, and shared interest. Local custom shaped everyday life more than written law. Frankish, Bavarian, Saxon, Lombard, and other groups kept their own legal traditions, revised but not erased. Control depended on cooperation, loyalty, and the sense that the empire was worth belonging to. This world was held together through ritual, patronage, compromise, and memory. As war faded, land grants and charters became the new currency of favor. Louis issued hundreds of documents, far more than his father in his final years, binding nobles to the center through privilege rather than conquest. The empire that emerged was neither a reborn Rome nor the later structure known by historians. It was something new, built from Frankish war culture, Christian ideology, palace display, and local autonomy. And while these systems gave the Carolingians unmatched power, they also created the tensions that later tore the dynasty apart. Their triumph carried seeds of future struggle, not through personal weakness alone, but through the difficult task of ruling a world too large, too diverse, and too proud to be easily contained. When war no longer held the empire together and conquest slowed, written orders became the backbone of government. These texts, known in the period as capitularies, expressed royal decisions and expectations for the counts, bishops, and traveling officials who enforced authority across a vast territory. Each capitulary was arranged in numbered clauses and distributed throughout the realm as the voice of the ruler. Yet their function remains a puzzle. Some may have gained weight when spoken aloud by the king, others through being copied and read. Their tone and format varied widely. One might standardize measures, another define military obligations, another instruct local rulers to judge fairly and protect the poor. They were not produced in one uniform way, nor always intended for the same audience, and for that reason, they must be understood individually rather than as a neatly defined category. Despite this variety, what stands out is their proliferation. Charlemagne issued few in the early decades of his rule, but after the year 800, they multiplied rapidly. The rhythm continued under Louis, marking a shift from wartime leadership to administrative consolidation. Strength no longer relied on annual campaigns, but on regulation, order, and consultation. The crown needed tools to manage the aristocracy, now that glory and plunder were no longer the glue that held the elite together. Capitularies filled that space. They helped shape a routine of governance, even if the practical impact of each document is difficult to trace. Very few legal records survive that clearly show officials quoting capitularies in court. These texts were often stored beside histories, sermons, or theological writings, suggesting they were also markers of royal ideology rather than simply handbooks for everyday rulings. No central archive preserved them reliably. Even a major collector in the early 9th century struggled to compile a complete set, misattributing some and missing others we still know by name. This raises the question: were these documents more symbolic than operational? Were they expressions of royal ambition or genuine instructions meant to be obeyed? A closer example helps. Around 802, shortly after Charlemagne returned from Italy, a major piece of legislation was issued. It began by declaring justice essential for the health of the realm, then required every free person above 12 to swear loyalty to the emperor. It outlined expectations placed upon monks, priests, nobles, and common people. It condemned incest and murder, ordered officials to assist royal envoys, and insisted that the humble receive protection. Much of the text dealt not with logistics, but with moral conduct. The oath was the true instrument of power. Allegiance meant obedience, military service, economic honesty, and personal responsibility. Even failure to defend the ruler's interests counted as betrayal. This tone has often led historians to dismiss capitularies as lofty statements rather than administrative commands. The moral voice is indeed strong, but this language formed the framework of authority. Early rulers governed by correcting behavior, not only by issuing rules. Honor mattered as much as law. Office holders, whether counts or royal envoys, were expected to see themselves as men bearing responsibility, entrusted with maintaining order. Many aristocrats adopted this identity willingly, for it increased their status, gave them access to power, and bound them more closely to the court. In the absence of constant warfare, service itself became the arena in which prestige was earned. Capitularies rarely laid out step-by-step instructions because their audience already understood local custom and legal practice. Instead, these texts shaped how officials thought about their work. They reminded them that duty required discipline, fairness, and loyalty. They encouraged nobles to perceive themselves as representatives of royal will, rather than merely lords acting from personal authority. Though uneven in effect, this model gradually helped to create a culture of governance shared among elites across immense distances. Yet hierarchy remained harsh. High-born men who behaved badly were disciplined gently, often with negotiation and persuasion. Lower status individuals endured much heavier control and fewer protections. Royal power could be sharp when required. Missi, sent across the empire to check abuses, sometimes functioned less as impartial judges and more as instruments of intimidation. Confiscations, land seizures, and forced redistributions occurred when the ruler wished to strengthen allies or weaken rivals. Cases from Thuringia and Toul show that obedience was real and consequences equally so. Even with its flaws, this system was effective by the standards of the age. The empire could raise armies, standardize currency, redirect trade, oversee monasteries, and influence the practice of justice in distant regions. Officials traveled widely, sometimes serving in multiple kingdoms during a single career. The structure was not modern, yet it functioned. Power rested in networks of families, loyalties, and office. Written law reinforced those relationships and reminded each participant of their place within a larger organism of rule. Over time, nobles sought service willingly. They met one another at court, forged alliances, shared memory and identity. Through repetition, royal expectations became habit. The state emerged not through formal bureaucracy, but through shared practice, obligation, and thought. Capitularies did not merely command behavior. They helped to invent a culture of authority. They reflected a world where power moved both downward from the palace and upward from the aristocracy, where obedience was expected but also bargained for. In the end, the empire endured not because it had perfect institutions, but because its elites accepted roles that placed them within a larger political order. They wanted strong kings. They valued access to the center. The monarchy relied on them as much as they relied on the monarchy. Even complaints about disorder late in Charlemagne's life show integration rather than collapse. People appealed to royal justice because they believed it existed. This is what governing meant in the Carolingian world. Persuasion more than procedure, authority expressed through honor as much as law, stability maintained by powerful men who chose to serve and expected reward in return. The system was fragile, adaptable, and deeply human, and it worked because enough people believed in it. Louis the Pious did not gain his reputation as a strict moral reformer by accident. This image was constructed at the very beginning of his rule. When he took power in 814, he made a dramatic show of control inside the royal residence. His sisters were removed from court and sent into religious life. Influential figures like Wala and Adelard were pushed aside, and many of Charlemagne's advisors were replaced. Louis presented this purge as a necessary cleansing of a court filled with moral decay. Homes were searched for illicit relationships, and those found guilty were publicly punished. Whether Louis personally disapproved of his sister's behavior or simply wished to eliminate political rivals, the result was the same. The court was reshaped to reflect a new ruler who claimed purity, discipline, and divine responsibility. This version of power relied heavily on symbolism. Charlemagne had already encouraged the idea of a morally guided kingship, yet Louis expanded it further. A religious community was founded only a short distance from the palace to act as a model of monastic behavior and a spiritual base for his trusted advisors. This created a physical and ideological link between political authority and holy discipline. Louis wanted the palace to be seen as a place where spiritual and governmental power were inseparable. However, such moral posturing was also aimed at distinguishing himself from Charlemagne. Reports were sent across the realm announcing that corruption had flourished under the previous reign. New histories began to highlight military failures that earlier writers had tactfully ignored. Vision texts began circulating that attacked Charlemagne for indulgence and sexual laxity. One described him suffering punishment in the afterlife as a result of moral weakness. The irony is clear. It was Charlemagne who first infused kingship with moral weight, yet Louis used the same language to judge him and claim superiority. Louis's confidence was not baseless. Although he secured authority inside the palace, other powerful members of the family still existed. Bernard of Italy held his own network, and appeared in regional documents as king without reference to the new emperor. Louis kept Bernard close at first, but distance grew after Louis and his wife underwent a grand religious coronation that emphasized their branch of the dynasty. The decisive moment came with the division plan of 817, which prepared Louis's sons for future rule. Bernard's name was absent. This silence was striking. It effectively erased his status and signaled that his power in Italy would not continue indefinitely. Bernard came north to negotiate, and Louis treated this as rebellion. He was captured, tried, and blinded, a common method of neutralizing rivals without executing them. Bernard soon died from his injuries. Other male relatives were then sent into monastic confinement, closing the line of succession tightly around Louis and his legitimate heirs. Yet this victory introduced long-term instability. Supporters of Bernard were punished harshly. Figures like Theodulf of Orleans lost influence, proving that family politics could send shockwaves far beyond the palace. Meanwhile, Louis continued the reforming agenda inherited from Charlemagne. Monastic life was standardized. Church councils dealt with discipline and religious behavior. Unlike earlier gatherings held across the realm, these took place near the royal center, showing the emperor's desire to draw power inward and monitor the kingdom more closely. By the early 820s, Louis seemed secure. He reconciled with former rivals, restored several exiled nobles, and publicly performed penance to wipe away the stain of Bernard's death. Far from humiliation, this public act aligned Louis with powerful Christian examples of rulers who bowed before God, yet remained mighty. His sons received lands, wives, and territories to govern. A new child, Charles the Bald, was born, and far from causing panic, the family embraced him. Political calm prevailed, and royal influence expanded through diplomacy, campaigns, and missionary activity. A major legislative statement soon followed, setting out the duties of every rank in society and reinforcing the emperor as the center of political order. Yet beneath this stability lay hidden pressure. Louis's sons were not merely princes, they were kings in their own right, with armies, courts, and networks of nobles who depended on them. Each was responsible for large regions of the empire, and although loyalty was expected, authority within these zones was real. They issued charters, commanded forces, and acted as independent rulers. They were not junior lords, but fully recognized monarchs whose obedience to Louis came from family hierarchy rather than constitutional design. Their position was rooted in honor, seniority, and lineage, not bureaucratic definition. This structure helped bind a vast and diverse empire together. Young kings were dressed, trained, and displayed like rulers from childhood, so that local elites would see them as rightful heirs of power. Their courts imitated the imperial center. Their behavior was scrutinized because royal dignity was essential to political legitimacy. In sending sons across the empire, the ruling house extended its authority into distant regions. Local elites engaged with monarchy not as a distant force, but as a presence they could see, serve, and profit beside. These systems made government strong, but they also created risk. By building an empire based on family authority and shared kingship, Louis and his father had unknowingly prepared the conditions for future conflict. As Louis's sons grew into seasoned rulers with territories, followers, and ambitions, the balance became delicate. The very mechanisms that unified the empire gave these princes the tools to challenge it. Eventually, the combination of maturing heirs, Shifting alliances and unforeseen events after 827 brought this balance to a breaking point. The structure that once made the empire stable would soon turn into the source of its greatest internal turmoil. The turning point in Louis the Pious's reign did not begin inside the palace, but far away along the empire's borders. In 828, when leading figures gathered at Aachen, they brought grim news. To the southeast, Bulgar forces had smashed the defenses in the Pannonian region. To the southwest, on the Spanish frontier, a revolt backed by Muslim powers had ravaged the lands around Barcelona and Girona. Someone had to take the blame. Baldric of Friuli was stripped of his positions for failing on the Eastern Front. In the west, the targets were Hugh of Tours and Matfrid of Orléans, accused of dragging their feet when called to support Bernard of Septimania in Barcelona. Louis tried to punish these men by removing the roles and honors they held from royal hands, putting to the test the idea that such positions were truly offices granted by the ruler, and not just extensions of aristocratic family power. This was dangerous territory. Hugh belonged to one of the great families of Alsace, and his daughter was married to Louis's eldest son, Lothar. Matfrid was even more deeply entrenched. For much of the 820s, he had been the gatekeeper to the emperor, widely feared and respected as the man who controlled access to the throne. Louis's decision to move against such powerful allies might seem reckless, but the symbolism of Barcelona weighed heavily on him. The capture of that city years earlier had been the crowning triumph of his youth, and poets still praised him above all for that siege. To see the region plunged into chaos now was not simply a strategic embarrassment, it was an insult to his honor. By stripping Hugh and Matfrid of their roles, he did not only dismiss them, he publicly shamed them. Hugh's own men mocked him as cowardly, and he withdrew from public life in humiliation. Their offices and favored positions at court were handed to Bernard of Septimania and his relatives. Bernard was raised to the powerful post of chamberlain. Observers sensed that the foundations of the political order were trembling. One commentator even linked the fall of these men with an earthquake at Aachen, treating the physical shaking of the palace as a sign of wider unrest. In 829, Louis went further, altering his earlier succession plan to carve out lands for his youngest son, Charles the Bald. From that moment, the tension only grew. The deeper causes of the rebellions that followed were rooted in old patterns of Frankish politics. For generations, the ambitions of adult sons, regional loyalties, and sudden crises had combined to produce violent challenges to royal power. Historians once imagined Louis as a weak ruler pulled about by competing court parties, one supposedly driven by his wife Judith in favor of Charles the Bald, the other defending the earlier settlement that gave priority to Lothar. This picture owes much to hostile writings produced by his enemies after the fact, especially texts that demonized Judith and blamed her for everything. It does not explain why Pippin of Aquitaine, whose own lands were not immediately threatened by the rise of Charles, chose to join the revolt. Nor does it match earlier evidence that Judith, Hugh, and Matfred had sometimes appeared together at court as allies rather than rivals. The surviving evidence points less to a passive ruler and more to an emperor who pushed too hard. In the late 820s, his administration flooded the realm with royal envoys and stern instructions. These agents were told to inspect counts, test their loyalty, bring criminals to the palace, and even interfere directly in legal hearings by reshaping the panels who gave verdicts. Local notables who were judged untrustworthy could be quietly removed and replaced. The tone of these orders is vague, moralistic, and threatening, as if the emperor were preparing a political purge. Much of the pressure seems aimed at dismantling the networks built around Hugh and Matfred. In Alsace, where Hugh's family was strongest, there were signs that Charles the Bald would be placed in a leading role, cutting into that base of power. Matfred's name was even removed from a well-known guide for lay nobles, written by Jonas of Orleans, as though he were to be erased from official memory. This was the kind of treatment once reserved for disgraced princes. Powerful aristocrats were being told, in effect, that their status, honor, and even their place in history could be taken away. These heavy-handed moves took place against a backdrop of famine and natural disasters that many interpreted as signs of divine anger. The attackers at the frontiers were non-Christians, which made the defeats seem even more like a judgment from God. Louis accepted this reading and summoned churchmen and nobles to discuss what had gone wrong. The most important meeting, held in Paris in 829, produced long reflections on how every group in society, including the ruler himself, should behave to restore divine favor. Louis did not stand lonely in the dock before his bishops. He took part in the discussions and encouraged a general examination of conscience, following patterns of public repentance established under Charlemagne. Yet the mood was undeniably dark. Writers began circulating works that criticized the current state of affairs. Poems painted Aachen as a place whose former glory now looked tarnished. Old grievances were brought back to the surface. Some texts hinted at Bernard of Italy's blinding years earlier. Others pointed out that one son, Pippen of Aquitaine, was keeping his distance from court, while another, Louis the German, seemed shortchanged by the division of territories. The emperor had built a culture of moral critique and public admonition to support his reforms. Now that same moral language was available to those who wanted to question his judgment. Contrary to later claims, the gift of lands to Charles the Bald in 829 was not remembered at the time as the single spark that set the empire on fire. The more immediate trigger seems to have been outrage among the noble supporters of Hugh and Matfred, who felt attacked, exposed, and dishonored by Louis's campaign to unmake their power. Princes could not ignore the humiliation of their main allies. Lothar's father-in-law was Hugh of Tours, and Pippin of Aquitaine had his own reasons for resentment after interference in his region. For Louis's sons, the chance to step forward from the edges of the empire and seize the political center became increasingly attractive. The first open break came in 830. While Louis marched westward to deal with unrest in Brittany through regions loyal to Matfred's friends, his elder sons moved decisively. They framed their revolt as a defense of the realm against a court corrupted by sorcery and adultery, recycling the same kind of language Louis had once used to condemn his father's household. They stormed the palace, seized Bernard of Septimania, and drove him out. The Empress Judith was accused of an improper relationship with Bernard and was also removed, branded as a source of pollution in the very place that was supposed to embody the moral center of the empire. For a time, Louis managed to recover. With the help of his youngest son, Louis the German, who had initially stayed outside the revolt, he negotiated a settlement and resumed authority in 831. A new division of the realm pushed Lothar back to Italy and tried to satisfy the other brothers with shares in the core Frankish lands. This settlement, however, lacked the aura of finality that had surrounded the earlier arrangements. Louis now explicitly reserved the right to change the plan whenever he wished. Before long, he did exactly that. He brought Lothar back into favor, angering Pippin, and provoked Louis the German by blocking his bid to gain control over Alemannia. When the emperor then stripped Pippin of Aquitaine in order to give more to Charles the Bald, the three elder sons set aside their differences and united against him. In 833, they confronted their father near an open plain in Alsace, territory closely connected with Hugh's family. Faced with a united opposition, many of the emperor's followers lost heart and drifted away. The site gained a bitter name in later memory as the field where men broke their word. Lothar took charge, and Louis was forced into a public ritual of penance at Soissons. Unlike his earlier voluntary act of contrition at Attigny, this ceremony was designed to strip him of the right to rule. There were even attempts to push him into monastic life. Yet unity among the sons soon collapsed. Lothar overreached, and renewed quarrels gave Louis the German the chance to rescue his father. In 835, the emperor was ceremonially restored, rearmed before the shrine at Saint Denis, and he wasted no time in punishing those he held responsible, including Archbishop Ebo of Reims, once a childhood friend. The attempt to depose Louis permanently was bold, but it did not mean that the structures of power had fallen apart. Despite the drama of Soissons, there had been relatively little large-scale fighting. The struggle was fought largely through persuasion, negotiation, family pressure, and moral argument. The rebels' accusations were framed not as legal theories of justified resistance, but as moral and familial charges. They said Louis had broken earlier agreements about the succession, that he had ordered Bernard of Italy's blinding, that he had waged war at the wrong time, that he had punished leading men without proper process, and, above all, that he had turned his sons into enemies instead of protecting harmony within the dynasty. The charge sheet accused him of piling up conflicting oaths that could not all be kept, forcing his followers into sin. It even claimed he had broken faith with Charlemagne himself by failing to protect his close kin. None of this rested on any clear constitutional rule. The rebels improvised their case from the same moral and religious ideas that had long underpinned royal authority. Both sides appealed to the same values: the centrality of oaths, the sacred character of the palace, the duty of a father to his sons, and the expectation that a ruler must embody justice and self-control. These concepts had once bound the empire together. Now they provided a shared language through which rivals inside the dynasty tried to justify their struggle for control. In that sense, Louis was trapped by the very political order he had helped to refine. His success in tying power to dynastic legitimacy meant that discontented nobles did not look to overthrow the royal house as a whole. Instead, they chose other Carolingians as alternative leaders and tried to replace one branch of the family with another. The empire was not collapsing into chaos, it was being fought over as a prize with established rules. Even after the great crises of the early 830s, Louis was not reduced to complete impotence. He rebuilt his position methodically. He placed trusted men in key regions, especially where disputes over Hugh and Matfred's former roles had turned into local wars. At court, he tightened his inner circle, favoring half-brothers and loyal supporters. The currency remained stable. Danish raids, drawn in by earlier unrest, were countered by renewed diplomacy and frontier management. Lothar and his allies were forced back into Italy and kept there until the very end of the reign. After Pippin's death, Charles the Bald's claim to Aquitaine was pushed through despite resistance from Pippin's son and later from Louis the German. None of the later rebellions in these years threatened the regime on the same scale as the confrontations of 830 to 833. Documents from the eastern regions show the emperor still issuing orders that were obeyed and still shaping local politics. In practical terms, Louis achieved a remarkable recovery. Even so, the price of this recovery was high. The moral attacks launched during the rebellions did not simply vanish. Accusations of sexual disorder at court lingered for years, forcing loyal writers to build up again the image of Louis as a stern, self-controlled Christian ruler. The habit of using moral and religious language to judge political behavior had not only been maintained, it had been sharpened in the heat of conflict. The empire's ruling class was now crisscrossed with memories of betrayal, humiliation, and shifting alliances. These fractures did not always show, but they remained beneath the surface, ready to open up again in the next generation. When Louis finally died in 840 on an island in the Rhine, while once more campaigning against a rebellious son, his end seemed to sum up both the strength and the fragility of the world he had helped to create. According to later tradition, he died laughing, a final strange echo of a life spent trying to hold together an empire held up by honor, oaths, and family pride. Afraid that he might meet people with the heads of dogs while traveling in Scandinavia, the missionary Rimbert wrote in the mid-9th century to Abbot Ratramnus of Corbie. He wanted to know whether such strange creatures, if they really existed, had souls that could be saved. Ratramnus, whose monastery was closely tied to Frankish missions in the north, answered by pointing to what was actually known about life in Denmark and Sweden. The people there, he said, lived in villages, followed laws, farmed the land, kept animals, and even dressed in a way similar to the Franks. In other words, whatever stories circulated about their appearance, they behaved like ordinary rural communities. They therefore had souls, and Rimbert's duty was to bring them to the Christian God. This exchange belongs to a long tradition in which Roman and Frankish writers imagined their northern neighbors in exaggerated ways in order to define themselves as normal and civilized. Yet Ratramnus did something slightly different. Instead of treating northern peoples as monstrous instruments of divine punishment, he emphasized how familiar their everyday life actually was. In doing so, he indirectly revealed how much Carolingian society depended on the work of peasants in villages, very much like those of Scandinavia. When early medieval authors tried to comment directly on their own social world, they usually did so in religious and moral terms. Open discussion of how Frankish society was actually structured is rare in texts produced by churchmen and royal advisors. When they did attempt broad overviews, their aim was not cool analysis, but the description of a properly ordered Christian community. In the early 9th century, several thinkers tried to adapt the late antique idea of 3 basic orders in society. At Aachen, around 802, clergy, lay people and monks were urged to reflect on their proper roles through readings from church law, secular law, and monastic rules. A little later, Heinrich of Auxerre drew on classical learning to popularize a scheme that would become famous in the Middle Ages, a world divided into those who fight those who pray, and those who work. Fascinating as these models are, they tell us more about religious and intellectual ideals than about the detailed workings of daily life in the countryside. Because the sources rarely offer direct social analysis, modern historians have often fallen back on political narratives. Periods of strong kingship are assumed to bring order, while phases of royal weakness are associated with rising violence or social collapse. This picture rests heavily on royal legislation that repeatedly calls for protection of the poor, widows, and orphans. Such texts are frequently treated as evidence that abuses were getting worse on the ground. Yet these complaints follow long Christian traditions of moral criticism and often become louder in times of political crisis when writers interpreted instability as a sign of God's anger. They may therefore reflect a more intense ideological debate among rulers and churchmen rather than a simple slide into chaos. Royal laws also tried to instill a Christian attitude among the powerful, reminding them of their duty to protect the weak and to maintain harmony. This was moral and political rhetoric, not a neutral report on what was happening in every village. None of this means that kings could never affect social realities. Major conquests or interventions could unsettle local balances of power, as in the tensions behind the Stellinga revolt in Saxony, or the waves of land disputes after the Carolingian takeover of Alemannia. Yet such changes were often unintended consequences rather than the direct goal of official ideology. A second consequence of the thin social commentary in the sources has been the tendency to plug the 8th and 9th centuries into large stories borrowed from other periods. Many debates have revolved around a long transition from an ancient world to a feudal one. Pioneers such as Alphonse d'Aubeche and Henri Pirenne placed the Carolingian age at the point where a Roman system ended and a medieval one began, though they disagreed sharply on details. For d'Aubeche, the organization of rural estates and peasant labor under the Carolingians laid the foundations for later medieval growth. For Pirenne, the empire of Charlemagne represented a landlocked, agrarian world born from the decline of commerce and cities. Despite their differences, both were mainly interested in fitting the Carolingian world into a 1,000-year line of development instead of understanding it on its own terms. Even today, studies often return to questions of continuity and change that presume there must be a single moment when the ancient order died and the medieval one was born. From this perspective, scholars have frequently imported analytical categories that do not quite fit the time in question. Debates about whether Carolingian peasants should be called slaves or serfs, whether estates resembled Roman villas more than later seigneurial lordships, or whether villages looked more like Roman farm clusters or high medieval nucleated settlements, can certainly be useful in very long-term comparisons. Yet, if the focus remains fixed on such labels, Carolingian practices risk being dismissed either as outdated survivals or as early, unfinished versions of later systems. The specific functions and meanings these arrangements had for people living in the 9th century then drop out of view. The possibility that social structures between the 4th and 10th centuries had their own distinctive character, different from both early imperial Rome and the classic feudal order, is quietly pushed aside. Change in these centuries was unlikely to follow a straight line, and more likely to consist of overlapping, uneven shifts over several hundred years. Not surprisingly, historians have not reached a stable consensus about the social and economic dynamics of the Carolingian world. Looking forward to the High Middle Ages, some describe the 9th century as a fairly static prelude, with the breakup of the empire acting as a trigger for a sudden feudal revolution in the 10th century. Those more interested in continuity with late antiquity tend to fix their attention on formal institutions, such as royal lawmaking, and pay less attention to everyday interaction in villages. Both approaches leave the actual functioning of Carolingian rural society underexplored. This is ironic, because for the first time in European history, the evidence allows a very detailed view of relationships at village level. From the later 8th century, charters recording land transfers and legal disputes survive in growing numbers. In the 9th century, they are joined by estate surveys known as polyptychs, which list holdings and the dues owed by tenants. Alongside these written sources, a rapidly expanding body of archaeological work on rural settlements helps to reconstruct how people lived, worked, and organized space in the countryside. These different kinds of evidence do not fit together easily. Their geographical coverage is uneven, since preservation depends on the fortunes of particular monasteries and regions. By nature, they present contrasting views. Polyptychs, compiled by kings and great churches, show carefully organized estates with tenants divided into clearly marked status groups and obligations. Charters suggest a more fragmented landscape of small parcels and overlapping rights. Archaeology brings yet another perspective and is still not always fully integrated with written material. Excavations at sites such as the hilltop center of Miranduolo in Tuscany show, for instance, an estate where a fortified complex used by the lord stood beside clusters of peasant huts with relatively modest material culture, while storage buildings inside the stronghold point to a richer diet for the elite. Such examples show both proximity and sharp difference in living standards within a single small territory. Keeping these tensions and limitations in mind is essential when trying to move from scattered pieces of evidence to a broader picture. Ratramnus's comment that Scandinavians, like Franks, lived in villages directs attention to the basic building block of rural life. The Latin word villa had changed its meaning over time. In the Roman Empire, it usually referred to a stone country house belonging to a landowner, the center of an estate, and a sign of visible wealth. By the 6th century, writers such as Gregory of Tours were using the same term for clusters of rural households, what would now be called villages. From the 8th century onwards, documents north of the Alps show a countryside divided into a grid of such units, each made up of several households, fields, and other resources. How densely people lived within each unit varied with geography, but everywhere these settlement cells were gaining a territorial character. They were not just scattered farms, but communities that knew their boundaries and acted together. In everyday language, villa denoted these local units. Large landowners listed the dues they expected from their dependents, village by village, and charters show that others also thought of the countryside as a network of such places. In some regions, the core area of houses could be called the villa in a narrower sense, and was contrasted with the surrounding fields and rough land used more irregularly for grazing and wood. That outer zone was often described as the mark. Narrative stories from the Rhine Valley illustrate how these distinctions shaped life. At Wallerheim, during a cattle plague, dead animals were dragged out from the byres into the fields where the dogs of the village tore them apart until, so the story goes, the carcasses somehow gathered together and vanished. At Kempton, an evil spirit was blamed for stirring quarrels among the inhabitants by throwing stones, making noises, and accusing one man of theft. The community became so hostile to him that he and his family were forced to live outside the settled area among the fields, since his relatives were afraid to take him in. In both stories, the village acts as a collective body, and the line between the core of habitation and the surrounding land carries clear social meaning. Another account, about a sudden flood at Eschborn, describes how the torrent ripped up trees, vines, foundations, and livestock, and even washed corpses and coffins out of the graveyard into the territory of a neighboring village. Such episodes underline that village space was imagined as a shared unit with its own identity and boundaries. Although communities like Eschborn, Kempten, and Wallerheim probably lacked the dense formal institutions of later medieval villages, they certainly had leaders and hierarchies. Charters show disputes being heard in public meetings where respected landowners gave testimony, and where one man might regularly act as a presiding figure and appear as the leading witness for local transactions. Sometimes scribes called such figures judges or hundredmen, but the same person might appear without any title in other documents, which suggests that these labels were loose and not fixed offices. Normative texts urged hundredmen and similar figures to swear oaths, hold courts, and enforce justice, and later scholars often treated them as well-defined officials reporting to counts. The charter evidence paints a more flexible picture. Counts tended to work through existing local notables, drawing them into bonds of patronage rather than building a rigid administrative ladder. When they did impose outsiders, tensions frequently followed. Landowners in Istria complained to royal envoys that a Frankish leader had overturned their carefully balanced local hierarchies by installing his own 100 men. In general, though, across the empire, it was local men of standing who acted as intermediaries between village communities and royal authority. Vernacular terms such as escultaizo and skuldahis hint at the everyday language used for these headmen, while the Latin titles in our documents function more as convenient labels than as precise job descriptions. Within a village, people lived not in a single communal building, but in clusters of separate households. Charters and estate surveys speak of individual farmyards and farmsteads containing dwellings and outbuildings. In the 8th and 9th centuries, words like mansus and its local equivalents became common for what might be called a standard family holding, enough land and buildings to support one peasant household. These units were not measured with mathematical precision. They reflected a practical sense of what was considered normal for a peasant family in a given region. The terminology probably spread through estate development as landlords settled dependent peasants on newly cleared lands and tried to standardize the services owed. Once in use, the same words gradually became general labels for peasant units even outside those large estates. The reshaping of the countryside that lay behind this pattern is still imperfectly understood. Roman villas, where they survived the upheavals of the 5th century, were mostly abandoned by the 7th. Archaeology shows that most rural sites north of the Alps originated between the 3rd and 7th centuries, and then continued to evolve into the Carolingian age and beyond. In many regions, there was little clear hierarchy between settlements and relatively modest social differentiation within them. In northern Gaul, for example, excavations reveal new types of wooden farm buildings where a small cluster of households with similar status shared the same space. Around the western Mediterranean, in southern Gaul, Catalonia, and parts of Italy, some Roman villas lasted into the 6th century and then turned into more modest agrarian centers, while new fortified hilltop sites appeared in the landscape. Even there, however, most rural habitation at the start of the Carolingian period took the form of small, scattered settlements, and more tightly structured villages grew only gradually. Despite regional variations, rural sites across Western Europe show several shared features. Building in wood dominated, apart from occasional stone churches or elite residences. Two main types of structure recur. One is the rectangular hall, usually around 10 to 15 meters long, supported by rows of posts and used as the main dwelling of a household. The other consists of smaller post-built huts dug partly into the ground, used as workshops or storage. These layouts match the picture from written sources of households built around a couple, their children and perhaps older relatives, each with its own property and working its own fields. Fences and other internal boundaries separated plots and buildings and were understood as clear markers of ownership and of the line between household space and the wider community. At Koetwijk, in the modern Netherlands, for instance, a fence cut across a plot and marked the place where a new hall and annexes were built, material evidence of the subdivision of property that charters and estate surveys describe. Because wooden buildings are relatively easy to construct and replace, village plans were flexible. As children grew up and married, as some households prospered and others declined, buildings could be moved, rebuilt, or split. In some regions, especially in the centuries before the Carolingian period, settlement cores slowly shifted position along a river terrace or over a plateau as new buildings replaced old ones. At a site near modern Speyer, a village moved roughly half a kilometer along a terrace beside the Rhine between the 5th and 9th centuries. This kind of slow movement should not be confused with genuine nomadism. The economy of Western Europe west of the Carpathians was firmly based on permanent cultivation, even if the exact location of buildings within a territory could change over time. These shifting patterns reflect a broader transformation in rural economic strategies. With the collapse of Roman state structures, the tight control exerted by great landowners weakened, and the pressure on peasants to supply large amounts of grain or other goods reduced. Archaeological studies of animal bones show that livestock became smaller compared to their Roman predecessors, not because of technical decline, but because breeding priorities changed. Animals were now used in a more mixed way for traction, milk, and meat, rather than being bred to very large sizes for specific tasks. Cultivation became more diversified, with less focus on a narrow range of crops for market or taxation, and greater use of woods, pasture, and marginal lands as part of a balanced household economy. The mark around a village, with its rough grazing and woodland, therefore gained new importance as a resource, even though culturally it was regarded as lying beyond the normal, watched space of the community. For peasants as much as for educated churchmen, spaces outside settled cores could be imagined as wild zones, places where those who disrupted communal peace might be pushed, and where strange or dangerous forces were thought to lurk. Over the course of the early Middle Ages, however, there is clear evidence for a gradual stabilization and concentration of rural settlement. Even in Italy, where the data is less abundant, the clustering of peasant houses into recognizable villages seems to start in the later 6th and 7th centuries. A key factor was the emergence of fixed focal points such as cemeteries and churches, around which houses accumulated. At Dommeln in the Netherlands, scattered farmsteads were replaced in the 8th century by a more concentrated settlement with a clearer internal hierarchy. At Mondeville in Normandy, wooden structures were first built over graves and later replaced by a chapel, after which the surrounding settlement became more stable. Similar processes can be seen in Bavaria. Stone churches, increasingly common from the Carolingian period, anchored these villages in both landscape and memory. Churchyards and church doors became places where people gathered, where legal acts were performed, and where collective rituals such as wakes were held. Conflicts that spilled into this space could be especially shocking, as when feuds led to killings inside village churches, or when runaways and poachers sought protection at the boundary of a church estate. Scenes like these show how village society in the Carolingian era was being pulled together around shared sacred and social centers. This coalescing of settlement went hand in hand with important economic changes. Archaeology points to more intensive arable farming, larger livestock than in the Merovingian centuries, a greater focus on cereal production, and some expansion of craft activities. On the terrace near Speyer, for example, archaeologists have found workshops for spinning and weaving similar to the textile work often described as women's tasks in written sources. All of this indicates a higher level of organization, a renewed trend towards intensification, and a shifting relationship between the settled core and the surrounding environment during the 8th and 9th centuries. To grasp what drove these developments, it is necessary to look at how landowning and power worked at village level. The growing number of charters from the 8th and 9th centuries exists largely because monasteries and churches were acquiring property on a scale not seen before and took care to record each transaction. Collections survive from many regions, from Bavaria to Brittany. Despite regional differences in landscape and custom, they share key features. The basic units of cultivation and ownership were small and often scattered. Individual documents commonly refer to single fields or plots, and sometimes to entire farmyards. When examined in clusters, these acts reveal a social hierarchy without sharp legal dividing lines. Some landowners controlled only a couple of tiny pieces of land, others a dozen or more, but there is little sign of rigid status groups within the free landowning population. The only title that consistently marks a special rank is that of count, restricted to a few men tied closely to royal power. The careers of two brothers called Ripwin and Giselhelm, whose transactions appear in the records of the monastery of Lorsch in the later 8th century, illustrate the middle of this spectrum. They owned several plots in the village of Bensheim, where they often appeared as witnesses for their neighbors. They also invested time and effort in clearing woodland for cultivation, and held individual plots in a few other nearby villages, all within a day's journey. Some of their neighbors owned less, some owned more, and employed unfree laborers. But as a group, these people formed a broad and unevenly prosperous but relatively cohesive class of owner-cultivators. Differences of standing emerged in more subtle ways, for example in the order of witness lists or in patronage ties to more powerful families, rather than through fixed labels attached to persons. The same logic applied higher up the scale. A regional magnate such as Count Rupert, who exercised toll rights and judicial authority at a place like Dienheim, and whose family had holdings from Hesse and the Moselle down to the Upper Rhine, still held land there in the form of individual plots and vineyards woven into the same fabric as his neighbors' fields. Only in a few locations did his family maintain more complex centers with buildings that stood out from the rest. Wealth was certainly concentrating in such hands by the Carolingian period, marking a contrast with the more fragmented aristocratic domination of the immediately post-Roman centuries. Yet this did not erase the basic pattern of a countryside made up of small units and a landowning class divided by fine gradations rather than hard legal walls. Charters also show how land passed from hand to hand. Some monastic archives, such as that of Cluny, preserved bundles of earlier documents that donors handed over along with their property. These files, sometimes physically tied together, record sequences of sales, dowries, and other exchanges. Around half of the acts in such groups concern sales, with a balance between transfers among kin and between neighbors. Written marriage agreements are also frequent. Instead of neatly bounded family estates, what appears is a patchwork of parcels, some grouped together, others isolated, held by individuals who could buy, sell, and donate. At the same time, family expectations and norms encircled these rights. When people wished to give land to a church for the salvation of their souls, they often took care to have their relatives present and consenting, and royal laws encouraged this practice. Many disputes arise from relatives who felt they had been unjustly excluded from property they regarded as inheritance, such as the kin of the aristocrat Eckhard of Mâcon, who seized back lands he had intended for a monastery. Land was therefore understood as both individual property and a kind of family trust, shaped by the shifting composition and needs of kin groups over time. Regional differences did exist. Aristocrats in Italy were usually less wealthy than their counterparts north of the Alps, but enjoyed more formalized precedence over their dependents. Core political regions, such as the Moselle and Middle Rhine valleys, where royal and imperial families had dense interests, displayed deeper social hierarchies than more peripheral areas like Alemannia, Bavaria, or Burgundy, where regional elites dominated. Some districts, such as the Paris Basin, developed unusual landholding patterns that do not fit general models easily. Yet even in the heartlands of royal power, where one might expect to find strongly marked aristocratic estates towering over the countryside, the basic picture remains one of fragmented holdings and a broad, free landowning population with internal gradations rather than neat classes. Quantitative differences in the amount of land controlled nonetheless produced different ways of life. Men like Ripwin and Rizzelhelm relied largely on their own and their relatives' labor, perhaps occasionally hiring help at peak times or renting out small plots, but fundamentally working as cultivators. Great landowners, such as Count Rupert, built their position on a larger scale of holdings and a dependent labor force. Families who worked parcels belonging to these elites were generally unfree and owed labor and dues, while genuinely free tenants remained rare and were more common in some core regions than on the fringes of the empire. Here, modern terminology can be misleading. It is tempting to label Carolingian peasants as slaves, serfs, or free tenants, and to speak of a slave system or a feudal system. Yet the language of the sources and the social reality behind it points to a broad continuum of dependence and unfreedom rather than a simple divide. Roman-style slave gangs on massive estates had already been confined and in decline long before the Carolingian age, even though the legal idea of one person owning another endured, and Christian writers continued to think in terms of a contrast between freedom and slavery. Over time, however, many intermediate forms of dependence developed, each with its own name, and practice did not always match clear legal categories. To understand Carolingian rural society, it is more useful to trace how legal status, economic function, and social reputation interacted in particular communities than to fit everyone into rigid boxes, or to assume a smooth evolution from slavery to serfdom. Only by doing so is it possible to see the villages, landowners, and peasants of the 8th and 9th centuries as part of a social world with its own distinctive logic, rather than simply as a bridge between two more familiar ages. The rural world of the Carolingian age consisted mostly of scattered pieces of farmland owned by many individuals rather than a few dominant estates. This landscape shaped the way people lived and moved. Even members of the elite did not remain fixed in one home. Their lives involved constant travel between hunting lodges, seasonal residences, and places important for festivals or political gatherings. Just as Einhard once joked about late Merovingian kings rolling from estate to estate with little wealth left, aristocrats of the 9th century also maintained a traditional rhythm of movement. The journey itself was not driven by hunger or necessity, but by the need to maintain relationships, secure loyalties, appear at court, or join military campaigns when called. Movement was not confined to the highborn. Local landowners also traveled for business, court meetings, and disputes. Most smallholders rarely stepped beyond their home village, yet those of slightly greater standing could be found witnessing contracts or resolving legal arguments across a wider region. Such mobility signaled status. It required time away from daily labor and often depended on owning a horse, a costly possession that marked one as socially substantial. Laws regulating how long meetings could last were intended to prevent poorer peasants from losing harvest time. In one well-known complaint from Istria in the early 9th century, villagers protested that a ruler had taken their horses for his own retainers and mocked them by sending them home on foot. This insult shows how visibility in public life was tied to ownership of animals and the ability to travel. Horses also carried meaning beyond prestige. They were necessary for military service, which stood as the most honorable duty a landholder could perform. In Lombard tradition, the free warrior was defined by his right to stand with the army. To serve in war meant not only owning land, but holding a recognized place in society. During the great campaigns of expansion in the 8th century, those who followed the standards of the kings could enrich themselves through plunder and patronage. When conquest slowed in the 9th century and war turned to defense, enthusiasm waned. Military duty remained a sign of status, yet reward was smaller, and a list of those liable to serve had to be drawn up. Still, military obligation was based on rank and reputation more than on a neat system of land for service. The later medieval idea of vassals owing mounted combat in exchange for estates does not reflect the workings of this earlier world. Life in the countryside took shape in the tension between two forces. One was the growing authority of aristocrats who bound neighbors to themselves through loyalty and reward. The other was the strong belief that a community of free landholders formed the backbone of society. Law codes praised protection of the free poor, while simultaneously strengthening elite control. Access to public courts and the duty to serve in defense of the land were increasingly defined for everyone. Yet when ordinary villagers organized themselves without aristocratic oversight, their efforts were not always welcomed. A striking case tells of farmers between the Seine and Loire who banded together to fight raiders. Their aristocratic rulers crushed them without hesitation, for what the villagers saw as rightful defense appeared to the elite as presumptuous and disorderly. The common image of early medieval peasants living inwardly in tight-knit communities does not match the evidence. Legal records show people traveling, cooperating, and contesting rights far beyond their village borders. Important gatherings often took place at larger centers that combined markets, courts, and religious buildings. Villages mattered because they were the place where fields, homes, and daily relationships existed. They formed shared identity when boundaries needed defending or when testimony required the knowledge of many witnesses. Yet they were also arenas of tension and jealousy. One tale from Kempton shows how a man and his family were driven out by neighbors after an outbreak of distrust, even though his relatives lived among them. Kinship helped only when property was involved. Community unity could fracture quickly under fear and rumor. Alongside these small freeholdings, a new pattern of organization slowly spread. It relied on two parts. One consisted of the land on which peasants lived and farmed for themselves in exchange for rent. The other was a central reserve belonging directly to the lord, worked by peasants through obligatory labor. Estates built on this principle could produce food not just for local consumption, but also for redistribution and sale. Detailed surveys from major monastic domains record the dues owed by each household. These documents arose from efforts to manage resources more tightly, especially those belonging to rulers and great churches. Manorial estates did not replace all older forms of ownership. They appeared first where kings and bishops had large blocks of land, often created by clearing forests or unused ground granted by royal authority. Even where these new estates grew, the social fabric of peasant life retained older shapes. Local custom, cooperation, and rivalry remained strong. Court cases show villagers gathering to settle disputes, whether through sworn testimony or rituals such as ordeals. Landlords intervened when disorder escalated, but public courts remained open even to those of lower status. Some peasants challenged their lords successfully when they could appeal higher. Other cases reveal harsh pressure, especially for those on the edge of free status. Dependent farmers sometimes traveled great distances to assert their rights before royal judges. Ecclesiastical and aristocratic landlords often had the advantage of documents and trained stewards, yet this did not mean all peasants were crushed. Influence in local politics, shifting alliances, and public opinion could force compromise. The estate system also encouraged a more varied economy. Large reserves made it easier to adopt innovations such as heavier plows, water mills, crop rotation, and new plant varieties. At the same time, smallholders practiced specialized cultivation of vines, chestnuts, olives, or crafted goods such as cloth or bread for sale in nearby towns. Surplus from the larger estates moved through networks of transport which linked countryside to markets. New trading hubs founded in the 9th century show how these systems gradually shaped commercial life. Yet growth had a cost. Greater complexity increased vulnerability. If weather failed, famine could follow. Sources mention shortages in roughly 1 out of every 4 years in the 9th century. These crises did not necessarily reflect collapse, but rather the pressures of a denser, more interconnected agrarian world. Concern for the poor appears frequently in laws and councils, but this language was more moral than statistical. The poor were described not by income, but by their weakness in comparison to the mighty. Rulers promoted charity as a mark of rightful authority, urging judges to hear the powerless first and demanding that landlords not prevent them seeking justice. The wealthy gave generously partly to display their legitimacy. When the lowest ranks of peasants came under pressure, legal protection existed in theory and sometimes in practice. Some landlords pushed their tenants hard and used archives to win disputes, yet peasants still walked into public courts expecting to be heard. Not until later centuries did formal lordship close around them so tightly that freedom collapsed into servitude. Life in the countryside was therefore neither static nor simple. Villages were linked to the wider world through stewards, priests, and warriors, men who stood between local households and the great hierarchy of royal and religious power. Churches became gathering places, storing memory, holding courts, and marking identity. They pulled communities into the orbit of empire. One final story returns to Kempton. When the village was struck by misfortune, the people believed a single wicked inhabitant had brought divine anger upon them. The decision was made to kill him. Before violence took place, clergy carrying relics and crosses arrived, sent by the bishop to bring peace. Their rituals could not contain the trouble. Stones flew during the ceremony, and rumors spread that a priest had slept with the steward's daughter and had fallen under a demonic spirit. For 3 years, the settlement suffered fires and discord until finally it was abandoned. Behind the supernatural language lies the sound of villagers whispering about corruption among those meant to protect them. The priest and the steward stood as bridges between community and authority, but their failures poisoned both worlds. Through stories like this, the texture of Carolingian rural life becomes visible. The countryside was a mosaic of alliances, rivalries, shared duties, and contested rights. People held property across wide areas, traveled to courts and markets, served in war, prayed in newly built churches, and argued over boundaries. Power and poverty coexisted. Community could unite or destroy. The empire depended on both the labor of peasants and the ambitions of the powerful, and their tangled relationships defined the age. Understanding the everyday lives of peasants in the Carolingian age is only possible when the world of the elite is placed beside it. Political authority rested on land, wealth, and lineage, and even though aristocrats were a minority, they shaped nearly all surviving written accounts. Their influence was far greater than their numbers, and their voices dominate the records of the age. For generations, historians argued about who exactly formed the noble class, where they came from, and whether they inherited privileges similar to the Roman ruling families. Earlier research tried to map continuity from late empire to early medieval magnates by tracking famous lineages and comparing titles. Over time, discussion shifted. Instead of asking whether aristocrats were a closed caste, attention turned to how power was gained, displayed, and maintained. More useful than tracing bloodlines was examining what aristocrats did: leading warriors, hunting, controlling land, holding high office, hosting lavish feasts, and being seen at royal gatherings. These activities allowed certain families to define themselves as superior, even though no strict legal boundary separated them from the rest of society. The words used to describe powerful people reflected this fluidity. Terms for nobility suggested honor and virtue rather than fixed legal rank. The most prestigious men were the ones closest to the king and active in great councils. Labels describing them as the best or the mighty expressed moral judgment as much as social position. They appeared most often as a group, acting together, reinforcing their authority, and comparing themselves favorably against those beneath them. Insults aimed at rivals show the mentality clearly. The worst thing one could be accused of was behaving like common folk. Identity had to be constantly shown, not assumed. Law, custom, and public punishment treated the aristocracy differently. Violence and humiliation became tools of authority. Episodes where common people acted independently could be crushed, not simply to stop rebellion, but to remind everyone who belonged at the top of the social order. In this world, defying one's lord was treated as an offense greater than foreign threat or religious difference. Appearance mattered as much as behavior. Noblemen signaled their status through objects worn at the waist: belts, swords, and military equipment. The belt symbolized public authority and adulthood for elite males, and surrendering it meant surrendering power. Kings and nobles displayed similar gear, and both could be shamed by having their belts or weapons taken from them. Wealthier warriors owned decorated blades, fine horses, and heavy armor, all costly enough to divide elite from non-elite and even noble from noble. Stories show that a peasant might carry a weapon, but never of the same quality as that of a great lord. Dress further marked rank. Descriptions from the period paint a picture of long cloaks, fine linen, spurs for riding, and colored fabrics that drew attention. Women of high birth stood out through jewelry, rich clothing, and textiles. Clothing varied by region, and unfamiliar styles could reinforce pride in local identity. To appear different was to remind others where one belonged in the social hierarchy. Wealth also revealed itself through consumption. Luxurious weapons, gold-decorated vessels, silver goblets, and rare foods circulated among noble heirs. Feasting was a core responsibility of the lord, proving generosity to followers and reinforcing bonds of loyalty. Rich diets and easier access to resources likely made nobles taller and healthier than commoners. Their bodies became proof of privilege, and chroniclers did not hesitate to link strength and beauty with moral worth. Yet it is harder to see how aristocrats lived physically. Archaeology shows that early medieval nobles rarely lived in monumental buildings like those of Rome or later medieval Europe. Instead, they lived in large wooden halls similar to peasant dwellings, though better furnished and filled with valuables. Their status was shown not by immovable architecture, but by portable wealth, travel, hospitality, and display. Prestige lay in movement, presence, and visibility rather than massive inherited residences. Later, especially in the 8th and 9th centuries, noble homes began to develop more elaborate forms. Some estates acquired private churches, burial areas, and enclosed compounds. A few families built residences apart from ordinary settlements, marked by ditches, fences, and halls that imitated the architectural language of royal sites. These were not fortresses. Their purpose was visibility, not defense. The aim was to create a place that signified authority, memory, and family pride. Cities remained important stages for power. Noblemen owned urban houses, settled disputes in public courts, and supported churches that served as family centers. Burial near these foundations kept the memory of kin alive. Rural churches and monasteries, also tied to elite families, acted as gathering places and symbols of lineage. Over time, powerful monasteries drew aristocratic patronage, absorbing smaller foundations while remaining part of noble networks and travel routes. By the late 9th century, aristocratic residences increasingly mirrored royal taste. Two-story halls, elevated reception spaces, and impressive compounds appeared more often, especially near palaces and royal hunting grounds. Kings surrounded themselves with nobles, and nobles built near kings. Court ceremonies, feasts, petitions, and negotiations all took place in spaces designed to be seen. Power functioned through proximity, architecture, ritual, and constant interaction. The Carolingian aristocracy was therefore neither a sealed caste nor a uniform one. Upward and downward movement existed. Alliances shifted. Families rose and fell. Status lived in behavior, not only blood. To command others, one needed land, warriors, kin, clients, and friends. Yet legitimacy came from the shared understanding that these people were meant to rule. Men who rode war horses, wore bright cloaks, feasted loudly, prayed publicly, followed the king, and expected to be followed in return. Spaces, buildings, and court rituals were not only physical settings but social tools. Where one stood, slept, or waited signaled status. Even those called servants in high households were usually young nobles, still untested, not common laborers. The royal court acted like a training ground. Boys of elite families were sent to serve the king, learn manners, meet powerful patrons, and, with luck, gain marriage alliances or grants of land. In earlier centuries, Merovingian kings had played this role, and under the Carolingians, it remained central to producing the next generation of power holders. Hunting, feasting, and even dangerous games were part of this world. Kings and nobles bonded through shared risk, especially during the hunt. War games on horseback, wild chases in forests, and weapon play shaped young aristocrats into fighters. Accidents happened. A prince badly wounded by sword play could be mourned, yet the activity itself was not condemned. A warrior elite was expected to sharpen its skills early. Honor ruled social behavior. A noble's reputation could rise or collapse depending on courage or cowardice. Failing to support one's lord in war might destroy standing as effectively as a defiant. One man mocked for refusing to leave his house discovered that shame could outweigh law. Respect depended on visibility, presence, and the approval of peers. Household space itself expressed authority. A confident noble moved freely among his followers, while withdrawal signaled failure. Yet the training of nobles was not only physical. Some were taught restraint, humility, and learning. A mother writing advice for her son traveling to court urged him to cultivate virtue and discipline as much as ambition. Court schools and monastic centers educated young men in scripture, administration, and moral responsibility. These teachings attempted to reconcile two identities that often clashed: fighter and Christian. A nobleman was expected to shed blood when necessary, yet guard his soul. Writers of the age tried to guide warriors toward piety without stripping away their role in society. Fasting, penance, and prayer were woven into campaigns and assemblies. Even kings sought divine approval before war, presenting their people as chosen like Israel of old. This tension pushed some men toward reflection and guilt. Manuals of advice for rulers and lords circulated widely. They promised salvation to those who balanced strength with mercy, authority with self-control. Many nobles owned such books, quoted scripture fluently, and valued learning. Reading aloud at meals, discussing theology, and collecting manuscripts became just as much a sign of rank as armor or jewels. Latin speech marked belonging to the highest circles, and by the 9th century only those trained could speak it confidently. Even oaths between rival kings were recited in different vernaculars, so assembled nobles could clearly understand their meaning. Families stood at the heart of aristocratic identity. Great houses traced their origins far back, sometimes to legendary founders. Names repeated through generations like personal banners. Land ownership spread across distant regions, binding kin networks that crossed political frontiers. A man might be born in the East, serve a king in the West, and inherit lands in Italy through marriage or gift. Movement was normal, loyalty flexible, and alliances often reshaped as power shifted. Yet property was most often claimed within smaller family units. Wills, disputes, and local memory governed inheritance more than universal law. Land passed between relatives gradually through exchanges, donations, and leases, not only at death. Churches and family monasteries acted as anchors, storing memory and protecting estates from fragmentation. Women played a decisive role. Through dowry, widowhood, and the management of memorial foundations, they upheld lineage and controlled land. Some used religious houses to preserve family power, maneuvering politically through prayer networks and property rights. Their influence was often indirect, but deeply felt. Aristocratic ambition revolved around royal favor. Offices such as countships were prized because they gave authority, income, and prestige. Though kings appointed and removed officials, strong families often held the same office for generations. Competition was fierce. A rival might be stripped of his honor and replaced if he displeased the king, or if circumstances turned against him. Benefices, grants of land given for use rather than ownership, became a key currency. Loyal followers petitioned constantly for such rewards, and losing them could ruin a household's standing. These relationships did not form a fixed hierarchy like a modern state. Power depended on mutual need. Kings required noble support to rule, and nobles required royal recognition to shine above others. Political conflict rarely aimed to destroy the system, only to replace one ruler with another or to rebalance patronage. Consensus, agreement among the great, was the ideal image of government. Assemblies, councils, and court ceremonies made this visible. A ruler who listened, shared baths, dined openly, and welcomed advice appeared legitimate. Unity was always fragile, but negotiation held the elite together. A single scene reveals this world clearly. A count in his courtyard announced a gift to a church, sword at his side, surrounded by warriors and local leaders. He acted partly for salvation, partly for honor. The crowd respected him for strength, land, and followers. Yet he answered to a king preparing rebellion against another king. Serving his lord meant risking reputation, territory, and life. Still, he rode west not as a rebel in his own mind, but as a loyal supporter seeking advancement and glory. Such men believed themselves born to lead. They celebrated, fought, prayed, schemed, and negotiated, never entirely united, never fully independent, but always certain of their place in the world. Around the late 9th century, King Alfred of England gathered scholars who translated an old Latin history by Orosius into their own language. While preserving its spirit, they reshaped parts of it to suit their own age. When they reached the descriptions of Northern Europe, they replaced the distant classical vision with something alive and contemporary. Suddenly, the reader meets not Rome's geography, but the raw coastlines and peoples of the Baltic world. From this point, the text expands into the stories told directly to Alfred by two travelers, Othere from the far north and Wulfstan from the Baltic. Othere described himself as a man living beyond all other Northmen. He had sailed along the long, frozen coast of Norway until he reached the White Sea. His world was defined by movement, animals, and tribute. Wealth in his land was not fields and farms, but reindeer, whale products, and pelts. He owned few cattle and pigs, yet was counted among the greatest of his people because he controlled droves of deer and collected tribute from neighboring groups. These neighbors gave skins, feathers, and ivory according to rank. Othere carried these goods south along the coast to Kaupang, and then to Hedeby, the great port where northern routes met. From there, he could travel to markets or continue toward the trading stations of the Baltic. Wulfstan's journey carried the story further east toward Trousseau. His record lingers on customs rather than landscapes. He describes how people drank, buried their dead, and believed in magic. These stories were entertaining, but they also revealed the assumptions of Alfred's audience. By highlighting unfamiliar funerals and strange economies, the tales reinforced what Christian aristocrats believed distinguished them from other societies. Yet, for all their wonder, both accounts are grounded in shared geography. They assume that the routes between England, Frankish lands, and Denmark were well known. Hedeby needed no introduction. The sea lanes linking North Sea communities were not exotic, but routine. Such travelers are rare in surviving records. For a long time, scholars could see only scattered hints of the world behind these voyages. Full understanding came later, when large excavations in northern Europe uncovered forgotten harbors and workshops. These finds revealed a web of movement between England, the Frankish kingdom, and Scandinavia. Goods, ideas, and people moved along these routes as early as the 7th century, forcing a rethinking of how early medieval economies functioned. Previous generations were shaped by the view proposed by Henri Pirenne, who believed that Europe's trade with the Mediterranean collapsed only with the rise of Islam, cutting the Old World in two. In his view, the Carolingian economy was rural and closed, with towns and large-scale trading reviving only later. Although modified by later historians, this view shaped debate for decades. Yet archaeological discoveries suggest a more active economy than once believed. Exchange did not vanish, but shifted. Older connections weakened, while new routes around the North Sea strengthened. Certain scholars began to ask not when trade died, but how new networks formed and who made them possible. Different interpretations emerged. Some emphasized the rise of long-distance shipping and trading hubs. Others focused on the productivity of the land and the surpluses produced by farmers. Some credited kings and great lords with directing change. Others pointed to independent landholders who used opportunity to their advantage. In reality, all of these forces interacted. The engine of growth lay neither solely in markets nor in policy, but in the balance between agriculture, redistribution, and exchange. Returning to Othere helps illustrate how early exchange worked. Tribute, hunting, craft, Barter and long-distance trade were woven together, not separate. Wealth moved through personal relationships, coercion, gift-giving, and commerce alike. Druid alliances and recognized friendship made peaceful exchange possible. Without trust, a trader dared not land. Written law and royal protection for merchants across Frankish territory show how delicate these agreements could be. Even when markets existed, they were only one part of a broader system based on duty, loyalty, and public obligation. Within the Carolingian world, valuable goods circulated through gift-giving more often than through sale. Kings rewarded nobles with cloaks, weapons, and crafted ornaments. These treasures carried stories and identity, and so were rarely anonymous commodities. Estates existed less to earn profit and more to support hospitality, generosity, and military duty. Producing food, wine, metalwork, and textiles allowed nobles to appear at court with honor, supply followers, and strengthen alliances. Markets nevertheless existed and grew stronger over time. Long-distance shipping around the North Sea produced major trading settlements. Archaeology shows thriving port towns at Dorestad, Quentovich, Hamwick, Ribe, and others. These places joined rivers and sea routes into one economic zone. Workshops produced pottery, glass, textiles, and iron goods for sale far beyond their home regions. Populations of several thousand lived and worked in these settlements, supplied with grain and wood from their hinterlands. Through them flowed wine from the Rhine, cloth from England, amber, and furs from the Baltic. Yet by the mid-9th century, the great ports began to quieten. Their decline was not sudden ruin, but slow transformation. New centers developed inland, closer to aristocratic estates and regional populations. Trade shifted from rare luxury goods to larger volumes of everyday materials. Markets multiplied along rivers, and local networks grew dense enough to stand on their own. Where once distant exchange drove growth, now regional distribution and agricultural surplus mattered more. Viking activity contributed to change, but did not cause collapse. Scandinavian warlords fought for control of key ports such as Hedeby and Birka, seeking wealth and recognition. Their presence along rivers and coasts could disrupt but also stimulate commerce. Some secured patronage from Frankish kings, governed ports, or exchanged gifts. Others raided when alliances failed. Movement of silver, ransom, tribute, and loot poured into circulation, increasing the use of coin and encouraging more active regional trade. Scandinavian followers often returned home not only with plunder, but with jewelry, weapons, and textiles purchased or gifted within the Frankish lands. By the end of the 9th century, a new economic landscape had taken shape. The older North Sea emporia no longer stood as dominating gateways. Instead, smaller fortified towns, estate-based markets, and inland trading points linked village production to regional exchange. Long-distance contacts continued, yet the heart of economic life rested on agricultural output, craft production, and the ambitions of landholders who supplied both war and court. The world glimpsed by Othere and Wulfstan was therefore one in transition. Their journeys reflect a moment when contact across northern seas was routine, when wealth might be measured in reindeer as easily as in silver, and when societies defined themselves by contrast with those beyond the horizon. Behind their stories lies a world where exchange was personal as well as commercial, where economic growth emerged not from policy, but from people seizing opportunity, and where the northern coasts formed a living network long before medieval cities rose to dominate Europe. Long-distance exchange in the northern seas and the steady growth of inland markets encouraged many scholars to view the northwest of Europe as the main engine of Carolingian-era commerce. Yet this can be misleading. Unlike imperial systems that dominate their provinces, there was no central heartland directing the economy of the surrounding world. Even across the North Sea, England, Denmark, and Norway followed their own commercial rhythms. Their trade thrived not because it served the Franks, but because it offered opportunity for all who participated. Nor were these routes closely tied to the Mediterranean. In earlier centuries, the sea south of Europe carried huge streams of goods under Roman authority, but by the 7th century that structure had collapsed. Ships once privileged by the imperial state could no longer move grain and supplies across the sea with guaranteed protection, and without that system, long-distance Mediterranean commerce slowed to a whisper. Marseille had been a vital doorway between the Frankish elites and the southern world. Yet as Egypt and Syria passed beyond Constantinople's reach, and Carthage fell near the end of the 7th century, the last fragile threads snapped. The first half of the 8th century marked the lowest point of Mediterranean shipping. This stark contrast with the rise of the northern trading towns once encouraged the theory of a dramatic economic shift toward northern Europe. But this ignores the quieter, steady movement of goods within the south itself. Local trade continued even when grand sea routes faltered. One early example comes from the region around the Po Delta, where merchants from Comacchio moved upriver paying tolls in Lombard territory. Their ships carried mostly salt, sometimes oil, fish sauce, and pepper, and likely occasional goods acquired through infrequent contacts with the Eastern Empire. Small in scale, barely visible in archaeology, because the goods perished, yet continuous through generations. This pattern shows that the famous long-distance revivals of the Carolingian age emerged not from emptiness, but from older regional webs of movement along rivers and coasts. Northern Italy illustrates this clearly. There, the primary units of economy were cities, and the countryside tied to them. Landowners like the 8th century figure known as Toto of Seprio controlled scattered villages near Milan and shaped rural wealth through civic involvement. Their power was local, not continental. When Carolingian rule later hardened aristocratic blocs, the basic economic pattern remained urban-centered. Because of this, Italians used money differently from communities north of the Alps. Documents speak with ease about gold values, loans against land, and payments measured in solidi. Wealth existed as coin as well as property, and high-status landowners often held large reserves of movable treasure. Buying land for 100 solidi was not exceptional. Rome, too, worked through a network of estates that supplied the city. When Sicily's estates no longer fed Rome, smaller regional systems expanded instead. The church invested in farms around Latium and maintained the city through local surpluses. Buildings rose, workshops produced pottery, and power struggles played out in both countryside and capital. This pattern repeated across the peninsula. Cities anchored economic life, and rural elites acted through them. When fresh long-distance contact revived in the late 8th century, it linked into a ready-made structure rather than creating something entirely new. From the late 8th century onward, contact across the western and central Mediterranean grew thicker. Ships from Africa reached Italy more regularly, and trade connected Sicily, the Italian coast, southern Gaul, and even the Iberian Peninsula. By the 9th century, merchants and diplomats could move from Africa to Rome and on to Francia or Spain. New link. This raises the question of whether a single Carolingian economic system existed at all. Evidence instead suggests numerous autonomous zones tied loosely together. Most people lived by farming. Production was too organized to be dismissed as subsistence, yet too decentralized to resemble a unified economy. Landlords, churches, and royal estates shaped regional exchange, while towns kept trade circulating. Luxury imports existed, but feeding cities mattered more. Northern commerce, Mediterranean shipping, and continental markets rarely merged. Wealth moved through tolls, pilgrimage, tribute, gift exchange, ransom, and occasional sale. Rare silver from the East was not the fuel of the Carolingian revival, nor did slave export alone drive Mediterranean commerce. Still, change did take place. Over the 9th century, trade shifted from coastal emporia toward inland estates and river markets. The story of Godofrid, a Viking leader granted control of Frisia in return for conversion, shows what ambitions looked like in this new landscape. Earlier Scandinavian chiefs had fought for ports like Dorestad to access distant trade. Godofrid instead demanded vineyards along the Rhine, aiming to control production rather than passage alone. Wine had become one of the most valuable goods to move along major rivers. Control of estates meant power deeper within the empire. Godofrid tried to become not only a ruler of trade, but a participant in Frankish aristocratic life. For his rivals, this made him a danger. For him, it was a pathway to belonging. In the end, he was betrayed and killed, yet his ambitions reveal the direction of economic power, away from coastal gateways and toward inland wealth. Across this world, exchange thrived not because someone planned it, but because ambitious elites desired prestige. A shared aristocratic culture, feasts, gifts, foreign fabrics, fine weapons, bound powerful families across regions. As the empire expanded, it pulled varied groups into one political sphere, and their shared tastes encouraged trade. There was something that can be called a Carolingian economy, but not because there was central management or a unified market. It existed because power and wealth circulated between people who loved display, who competed for land and goods, and who learned to move resources across rivers, seas, and borders to sustain their standing. The removal of Louis the Pious from power shocked the Frankish elite, but it was only a shadow of what came after his death. From 840 onward, his sons plunged the empire into 3 years of brutal conflict. Charles the Bald and Louis the German formed one side, opposing their brother Lothar and their young cousin Pippen II. Armies moved constantly across the landscape, sieging, retreating, striking again. The struggle reached its height in the summer of 841 at Fontenoy, where nobles cut down nobles, and the dead lay so thick that chroniclers later recoiled from mentioning the place at all. Victory landed with Charles and Louis, weakening Lothar's hopes of dominance and driving the brothers towards negotiation. Peace was sealed by the Treaty of Verdun in 843. Dividing the realm into 3 broad sections and erasing Pippin from the record. Verdun looked neat on parchment, but it was born from fear, betrayal, and rivalry. Throughout the 830s, Louis the Pious had repeatedly altered the order of succession in favor of Charles the Bald, forcing nobles to swear conflicting oaths, and leaving the political world unsure which future king deserved loyalty. When Louis died, each son could claim legitimacy by pointing to a different division issued by their father. None wished to yield, and so weapons decided what words could not. Modern eyes have long viewed this period as the beginning of decline. Lands split, wars multiplied, Vikings appeared along the coasts, and aristocrats grew more assertive. Later generations even imagined that Verdun created the first outlines of France and Germany. Yet this interpretation projects hindsight backwards. 9th century rulers did not think in modern national terms. Their ambitions remained imperial, their identity remained Frankish, and territorial division had been normal for generations. Frontiers changed often and were shaped by dynastic negotiation, not by ethnicity or language. Reflections written decades later help illustrate how memory was shaped. Some writers pointed to Fontenoy as the moment the empire began to falter, claiming so many nobles died that expansion later became impossible. These same sources, however, praise rulers who continued to conquer, revealing that such accounts were more emotional than factual. The horror of civil bloodshed became a story the elite told themselves, a memory forged out of grief, remorse, and Christian guilt. The battle marked the conscience more than it marked political reality. Recent scholarship has shifted perspective. Instead of a steady decline, the period can be seen as a landscape of short-term decisions, sudden opportunities, and shifting alliances. If history stopped in 885 rather than 888, it could be told as the restoration of Charlemagne's empire rather than its dissolution. The collapse was not predetermined. It came from specific events, pressures, and personal failures, not from an inevitable structural decay. After Verdun, a new dynamic emerged among the ruling family. No single emperor controlled all others, and royal uncles, cousins, and nephews moved across the political map, seeking advantage. Kings could form alliances that cut across bloodlines and borders, and aristocrats were quick to adjust when a rival offered better rewards. External pressures from Scandinavians and Eastern peoples further complicated the picture. Multiple kings meant multiple centers of authority, but ambitions still stretched across the old imperial space. What collapsed the empire was not nationalism pulling it apart, but the persistence of imperial ambition, pulling kings into conflict with their own kin. Power in this world depended on careful management of noble interests, fast responses to sudden threats, and the ability to negotiate family rivalries. Narratives from this era often highlight war and disorder, yet behind that noise was a web of expectations and unwritten rules that shaped what kings could do. Ambition needed justification, aggression needed moral cover, and even rebellion required a claim of righteousness. Verdun, despite everything that led to it, created a durable political arrangement. Charles the Bald, Louis the German, and Lothar's sons ruled their regions for decades. Their stability was reinforced by frequent diplomatic meetings, where rulers presented themselves as brothers bound by mutual loyalty. Fraternal unity became a political ideal. Even when tension flared, kings argued as kinsmen competing within the same system, not as strangers splitting into nations. That unity did not erase rivalry. Lothar attempted to expand his authority through papal support and through family marriages, provoking suspicion from Louis and Charles. Vikings and internal unrest tested every ruler, and each crisis shifted the balance of power. At times, rebels invited a foreign Carolingian to replace the king they disliked, not to overthrow the dynasty, but to install a different member of it. The family itself remained the center of legitimacy. Later scandals intensified this political theater. Lothar's attempt to dismiss his wife and marry his former partner turned private desire into public crisis. His uncles intervened to protect their own interests and to prevent his son from gaining legitimacy. The Pope then used the situation to assert moral authority, and the affair transformed anxieties about royal behavior into new expectations for queens, marriages, and inheritance. The king's household became a test of rule as much as campaigns and treaties. When Lothar died young, Charles seized the Middle Kingdom before Louis could respond. For a moment, the balance tilted sharply, but negotiation soon forced another peaceful division. This was how power now shifted, through strategic positioning, rapid movement, and carefully staged agreements. The greatest danger came from the next generation. Charles the Bald trimmed his own family lines to avoid competing heirs, yet one son still rebelled and had to be blinded to stop him. In the East, Louis the German gave his sons regional authority without formal crowns, hoping to contain their ambition. It failed. They rebelled repeatedly, formed alliances beyond their borders, and invoked divine displeasure as justification for revolt. The memory of earlier rebellions shaped how the king responded. He showed penitence, prayed publicly, and used moral language to disarm his son's claims. Across the century, the same pattern returned again and again. Princes sought power, nobles backed the contender who served their interest, and kings reacted to shifting threats. The dynasty endured long because its members continued to believe the empire should be theirs, not because proto-kingdoms were breaking away into modern nations. In the end, the empire fell not by destiny, but by circumstance. The success of the family created more heirs than it could peacefully contain. Once Charles the Fat was removed, the real fracture was not a single political failure, but the unraveling of an entire tradition of inheritance. For generations, the belief had held firm that legitimate Carolingian males, and only them, were born to command. Wars had been fought, oaths sworn, kingdoms divided and redivided, yet no one had seriously replaced a Carolingian with an outsider. Even rebels acted as rival claimants within the dynasty, rather than challengers to its right to rule. The system survived precisely because every dispute reinforced the idea that the family itself was the source of authority. Power could change hands, but the bloodline could not. Arnulf of Carinthia marked a turning point, not because he intended to overthrow this logic, but because the circumstances forced a breach that could no longer be sealed. His coup followed a familiar rhythm, an ambitious prince feeling ignored, a network of followers expecting reward, an injured sense of dignity pushing him toward action. In another age, Arnulf might have been absorbed into a rotating set of family kingdoms, but his birth status barred him from smooth acceptance. When he deposed Charles and took only the Eastern realm rather than the entire imperial structure, the old machine of joint rule sputtered. There were simply no fully legitimate adult Carolingians left to cover every throne. The dynasty had thinned faster than political custom could adapt, and for the first time, the system could not repair itself. This was the moment when powerful lords, long operating beneath royal authority, stepped forward, not as usurpers seeking to destroy the order, but as substitutes filling a vacuum. In the West, where royal defense had faltered under the strain of Viking pressure, Odo of Paris, renowned for his leadership during the siege of the city, was elevated to kingship. Across the Alps, Italian politics split almost immediately. Berengar of Friuli, rooted deeply in northern aristocracy, and Guy of Spoleto, strong in central Italy and ambitious for the imperial title, contested the crown. In the Transalpine regions, Rudolf emerged as ruler in what became the Kingdom of Burgundy, while Ramnulf in Aquitaine attempted, with support from local magnates, to assert his own authority. These men were not minor figures suddenly rising from obscurity. They were the very nobles whom previous Carolingian kings had relied upon to manage distant regions, command armies, guard frontiers, and negotiate with bishops, abbots, and warriors. They had grown powerful because the dynasty needed them. When the dynasty faltered, it was logical, perhaps unavoidable, that they became the only people capable of replacing it. The change wasn't driven by ideology or by a rising class consciousness. It was a response to urgency, a matter of survival and continuity in a world now missing its central pillar. Yet the consequences of this stopgap solution were enormous. These new kings did not share a single ancestry, a shared patrimony, or a family identity that bound them into one political organism. Each sought to establish a dynasty of his own, and each focused on the region that had elected or accepted him. The sense of belonging to a larger Carolingian space vanished almost instantly. Where once the realm was imagined as a single world ruled by branches of one family, it now became a collection of rival courts, overlapping claims, and shifting alliances. Loyalty narrowed, regional power hardened. The great imperial framework, once flexible enough to stretch across Europe, lost the unifying myth that had held it together. Writers of the time felt the shock. Observers like Regino described how, when no unquestionable heir remained, each territory simply produced a king from within its own elite. The problem was not the absence of talent. There were many able warriors, patrons, and administrators, but rather the lack of an undisputed figure to whom all others would yield. For more than a century, legitimacy had flowed from one family, and now legitimacy had to be reinvented. The result was neither immediate collapse nor immediate replacement, but fragmentation. Multiple rulers, similar in power, none overwhelmingly dominant. Their equality bred rivalry. Their ambition bred conflict. No crown about them carried the aura that Carolingian blood once guaranteed. So the empire did not fall in a blaze. It unstitched itself thread by thread. The dynasty that had once bound the political map together had also woven itself into that very fabric so tightly that when its presence thinned, the weave loosened as well. What remained after 888 was a landscape that still remembered the Carolingian past, still used its administrative habits, its monasteries, its legal forms, its roads, its palaces, yet no longer answered to a single dynasty. Authority became local, negotiation constant, and kingship something to be earned rather than inherited without question. The end of the Carolingian monopoly was therefore not just a dynastic event, it was a transformation in how power was imagined. It set the stage for what would become the medieval patchwork of kingdoms and principalities, realms bound less by shared blood than by opportunity, alliance, and regional strength. The empire did not suddenly die. It dissolved into new shapes, shaped by the same people who once carried its banners, now forced to build something of their own in the absence of a family that had ruled for generations.